Welcome to DAX Machina, with your hosts, Naoma Finn, Steve Wildman Munrotis, and D.A. Roberts. Join us as we explore writing, books, authors, and all things horror. We will delve into the sightings, reports, encounters, and tales of monsters. We will also explore the writings of D.A. Roberts along with others in the horror genre. We will investigate the possibilities that monsters may not be safely locked away in the pages of books. They might just walk among us even now. Grab some popcorn and lock the doors. It's going to be a creepy journey. Welcome to DAX Machina.
Good evening, folks, and welcome to DAX Machina. We got a great show for you tonight. I've got my usual partners in crime, Naoma Finn. You might know her from the Dixie Cryptid podcast and What If It's True. Naoma, how are you doing tonight?
I'm doing fantastic.
Awesome. We've also got Steve Wildman Munrotis. He's here fresh from a nasty week working in healthcare and probably going to be very happy to have a few drinks to ease the week. Our guest tonight is Leon Howarth. If you guys are not familiar with his work, he is a cryptozoologist who specializes in Dogman. And he's from England, folks. You can check out his YouTube channel right there. And our surprise guest is Kerry Pocket Doc Davis. He's popped in to spend some time with us, hang out, and it's going to be a great show. So thank you guys for being here.
Loved it. Great to be here.
Thanks, brother.
Good to see you again, Doc.
Hey, brother. How you doing?
Oh, the usual fun in healthcare, man.
Hey, man. I'm good. It's good to see you outside of your environment.
Yeah, I like to be as free range as allowed. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Well, Leon, you're coming to us from the Manchester area of England, correct?
That is correct. Yep.
I know it's the middle of the night over there. So if you don't mind jumping in, just tell us a little bit about, what your research and the places you've gone and the things you've found. And I've got your YouTube channel link up there on the page so everybody can check that out. So tell us a little bit about everything you do.
Well, I really got into this quite heavily around about 5-6 years ago, but I've always been into slightly strange things. But some years ago, a close friend of mine, his mother saw something in the field, and when she explained to me what it was, it set a lot of cogs going in my brain and and things. And I thought, I'm going to start looking into this. In the area I live in, there's some strange stuff goes on around here, but not very far away. There's a part of our in the northwest of England. It's called Winter Hill. Now, Winter Hill is it's basically a massive, great big hill, and there's a TV antenna that blasts out all the TV for the area around here. And there's some really strange things that goes on in around there. On the slopes of there, there's some woodlands. There's lots of waterways. Some old canals and things, and it seems to be some kind of like a magnet for weird, strange things that go on up there. And I thought to myself, we need to look into this and try and find out what's going on. So a friend of mine has a YouTube channel as well. And about 2 or 3 years ago, we decided that we'd just do a special for Halloween on his channel and make a semi-fun type of Dogman like documentary. But the more we looked into it, the more we filmed, the more we looked for evidence, the more serious it became that there's something really going on here. So in the end, it was going to be semi-like comedy type kind of thing. And in the end, we realised, no, this we need to get this out. So we put it on his channel, and it just went mad. It just went through the roof. All the comments and all the people asking what's going on and what's happening. So I thought to myself, I need to do something on my channel. My own channel itself, it was just a mixture of comedy and mad things, really. bit like me, but anyway. So I decided I'm going to try and put a bit more into my channel on the cryptid side of things. So as from then, it then took off in a big way, really. Well, it's not a big way. It's not a great big channel, but yeah, the ways of doing it took off a lot better. It all started off just on my mobile phone, just filming little bits and things. Now it's gone. Well, I'm in a room full of bits and bobs here with tripods and cameras and everything else that you better have for a YouTube channel. But yeah, basically, I've never looked back. It's great. My daytime job, I'm a school bus driver for disabled children, taking them back and forward to school. So I do like split shifts. So say like if I start at 7, I'm finished for 10 o'clock in the morning. And then from 10 o'clock till 2 o'clock, I can do my cryptid thing and go and do everything I want to do in between all that. So it's life's great. It's really good. I can't complain at all. I just was along doing everything I like doing. The job's great, and this YouTube stuff is even, it's just as great as well.
Well, I like your the videos you've posted. I really hadn't considered the possibility of Dogman and or other cryptids using rail lines as a means of travel. Following the rail lines, the clear cuts where the railroad has cut out trees. And I've always thought about them using clear cuts for the power lines, but I hadn't really thought about the rail lines. And it's really kind of made me look at things a little differently around here, because there's a number of active rail lines, and there's a bunch of abandoned ones as well that are still, that some of them have been turned into bike trails, but some of them are still have rails on them.
Yeah, well, very similar. There's a lot of disused rail lines here in the UK. I think it was in the 1950s. There was a Dr. Beecham or someone. He shut loads of rail lines down. All the little branch lines that whiz off to little villages and towns, but they're still there. They still exist. There's just no steel on the ground.
Yeah,
it's cut through. It's cut through the countryside. But the actual rail lines, and we've got a lot of canals over here as well, which were basically like from the 1700s. It was like the motorways, I think the highways of England back in the 1700s, and the railways and the canals. I think there's a lot going for them, and there's it's like kind of like a no-go area, if you know what I mean. It's during the night you won't see a single soul on a disused canal or a canal that's running. Any time whatsoever, you won't see anybody walking on a rail line. All our railways, there's great big fences over them. There's no trespassing signs everywhere, and it's a mega fine if you get caught on there. So that land, it's really quiet, and it's just a highway for them. I honestly think that's how they're getting up and down without being spotted here, there, and everywhere.
Wow.
Interesting.
Northwoods Cryptid said, I would imagine train crews have seen a few things and never told anyone about it. Actually, I've read several accounts that were reported from train conductors and train engineers seeing Bigfoot creatures and even Dogman along the tracks as they get into the backcountry. Up in Alaska, it's actually fairly common.
Mm. Yeah, there's not a great deal said over here on that side as people working on the railway system, but to be honest, to try and get anything out of anyone in England regarding cryptids, it's like pulling hen's teeth. It's really hard work. It's no one really wants to talk about it, but once you broach the subject, little things then start to come out, and they'll tell you certain things. So you know it's there and it existing, but they just people in England in UK just don't want to talk about it. It's very weird.
Yeah. Well, I used to encounter that quite a bit here, talking to people, but here within the last 15 years, people have gotten a lot more open about it because it's becoming a more accepted subject, and I think that's largely due to the internet and channels like yours that show people that they're not the only ones experiencing this kind of stuff.
Yeah.
That does help a lot. It does, yeah.
Yeah.
And we get some pretty weird stuff. I mean, where Doc's at in Colorado, they've had Wendigo sightings and up north of him, and that's pretty terrifying. That's one cryptid I do not want to run into in the woods.
Yeah, absolutely, DA. I mean, when my youngest daughter was going to a Orthodox Christian Bible camp during the summertime for the youth, one of the counselors had said something about, hey, don't go out after dark, type of thing, and make sure you have a friend with you. And she's like, well, why? We're out in the middle of the Rocky Mountains. And she's like, well, yeah, but there's this thing called the Wendigo up here. And she asked me about it, and I was telling her about what the Wendigo was. I was like, you need to read one of DA's books. I want the figures in there, but it's one of those things where it's like Leon says, people don't want to talk about this stuff, but it's like the elephant in the room. Everybody knows about it, but no one wants to talk about it,
Yeah.
And they'll look at you like you get like a second head growing out of your shoulder, but everybody knows about it. This has been going on far longer than any of us have ever been alive.
Well, even the Bible talked about dog-headed men.
Absolutely, man.
I think it may not necessarily have been a race of human-like creatures that may have been more animalistic, or it could have been possible that they were just another tribe that were so ostracized that they've gone feral.
Absolutely.
They weren't allowed in civilization, so that may be what we're still dealing with, a remnant population of that.
Absolutely.
Werewolf says engineers are like pilots. Their credibility is their job. I totally agree.
Yeah.
And this is a question for you from RJ. He always says default name. It never comes up for him, but I recognize his emblem. He says, are there hobos in the UK like in the USA? Has anybody spoke to them?
Yeah, not so much on the rail system, but yeah, we do have tramps, basically known as in our place. I do have a film out on YouTube where I was told about a woodland where a tramp was living, and he disappeared. Still, no one's never found where he went. And I went in there for a look round, found his little shack and things, but it was not a great deal of evidence in there to find anything of a struggle or anything like that. This guy just disappeared, but people were reporting that they were seeing large cats or dogs like things roaming through that woodland. But yeah, we don't. We have them, but it really, your vagrants, your tramps, and that are really like in cities and things. Really, where I am, we're in the sticks. Really, where you very seldom see them. The only reason people knew that this guy disappeared is because he was new. We don't really see him around here. All of a sudden he just disappeared. But
do they have a lot of homeless living in the abandoned tube stations beneath London?
Apparently so. Yeah, that place is huge.
That would be a great place to interview people if they'd talk. Go down there with a couple of bottles of gin. You could probably find out anything you wanted to know.
Yeah, it's there's loads of disused stations in there, and then that network that's connected to the railways as well. It's all one big massive thing.
They're literally the underground there. So I mean, they will be able to give you information that people up top would never see.
Definitely.
Melissa Long says, do you have protected wilderness areas in the UK like in the US?
Yes, kind of. Yeah, we do. We have parks. The closest one to where I am is, what is it called? I think it's called Beacon Fell National Park. When I say I'm near Manchester, because I'm talking to people in the States, Manchester is a name that everyone has heard of and knows where it is. But really, I'm a lot closer to a little town called Blackpool. I don't know if any of us heard of Blackpool.
Okay.
I actually know what Blackpool is.
Yeah, it's on the coast, northwest coast of England. They've got a copy of Eiffel Tower there and everything. It's like the
is it full size?
It's half size, but the town, it's like how can we say, like the trailer trash magnet of northwest England. It's it's one or two slot machines and other things.
It's the west side of Springfield.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm close to there, and just within 10 minutes you're in the countryside. And our biggest you've got a place called Beaconfell, and then there's I think the next is I can't think of what the place is called now. But yeah, to answer your question, yeah, we do have places like that. But when you talk about protected, I think it's, I don't know if people are thinking about can you go hunting there and things. Well, that doesn't really exist in this country anyway. So more or less everywhere is protected in a way.
Yeah. This is Chef Yoda says, so within those protected areas, the park areas, do you find that people have disappeared in those particular areas, or they found deceased?
Not really.
That happens a lot here in the States. There's the national parks. There's a lot of people go missing every year.
Yeah, the size difference is completely. When you look at the UK, it's probably about the size of Florida. If you take the panhandle of Florida, it's only about that big, really. The landmass. Yeah. It's a little country, really. But we do have places where people haven't stepped for a long, long time. I do quite a lot of fishing for wild brown trout, and a friend of mine who lives down the road, we go fishing in summer, and most of the time you need a machete to get up and down these rivers. We put waders on, we walk up and down for miles and miles. And you can guarantee there hasn't been a single soul near that place for like 20 years, probably more than that. So we do have, we're only a little country, but we've got them creepy little quiet places here, there and everywhere, really. Especially up in Scotland. Scotland is, well, that's just another place completely up there.
Amen to that, brother. Yeah.
Irene Durant says, are the moors still a place to not go after dark?
Oh, definitely, yeah. No one goes out. No, you won't see a soul out there. Yeah, people are very wary of the moors. It's not a nice place at all in the dark.
I would imagine not. So
the moors are basically what, a swamp?
No, they're more like
a peat bog.
It's most of our moors are in the hills, the north of England and Yorkshire. There's some wet places in there, but they're more like
they're heather covered, aren't they?
Yeah, if you think of the Scottish heatherlands, very similar to that. Very similar.
I gotcha.
Yeah, it's funny, DA, how you're talking about that. When my wife and I were up at our family's old place up in northwest of Inverness, it was a full moon, and they're like that. The people there at the castle were like, "Don't go in the woods while at nighttime. Get out of there before sunset, things like that." So we were like, "All right."
When the locals take that very seriously, you should probably listen.
Absolutely. Yeah. We weren't the dumb Americans like you see in the films, like, oh, we're going to go check it out anyway, and so we're like, we're just going to stay here in the pub and drink whiskey. They almost like, that's me.
Yeah, I'm the dumb American that does it anyway.
Oh, let me go check it out.
Yeah, we're gonna sit here in a pub and drink whiskey. You know, and
I might have gotten drunk and went up on the wall of the castle and used my long range lens.
Yeah, that'd have been safer.
yeah, exactly.
That's about as close as I want to get.
Yeah.
Leon, could you tell us about this picture here? I'm pretty intrigued by it.
That is a, well, I call it a cave. It's not a cave system. It's man-made. It is a part of a drainage system for a coal mine, which was first opened in, let me try and get my years, 1680s or something like that.
Damn.
And this is a drainage system for that coal mine, and it was dug back then, and it basically, in front of me here is a river Irwell. Now that is what's known as I think it's an inverted siphon, it's called. So underneath in that tunnel, it drops underground, and then it comes under the river and comes back at the other side. So they dug all that out in late 1600s, early 1700s. But along that river banking, there's a couple of these little cave systems, and the amount of sightings that are along along that river, because also not to mention railways and canals, rivers as well. I think these cryptids use a lot of rivers.
That's same here in the States.
People are seeing these things, and they just suddenly disappear. So they're either going through some portal or they're going into a tunnel. So we knew this tunnel existed. It took us a while to find it. I had to send a drone up to look for this thing, and we went in there to investigate it, see if we could see any prints or anything. Unfortunately, there was nothing in there. It looks like it's all closed up with a great big that gate. That's a gate that's open all the time. I think it seems to be open because if someone does come from the other side and they're not locked in, if you know what I mean. But that is very close to where my latest sighting is, where it sees the three college boys. It's basically on the same river. So before long, that'll be released on my channel. That'll be a semi documentary about that'll get mentioned in it as well.
Awesome. I'm looking forward to watching that.
Yeah.
Carrie, this one's for you.
Did they use do you think the tunnels are like a network out there for them to move around subsurface so they can without being seen?
Well, yeah, we've got thousands of miles of disused coal mines in England. In the 80s, Margaret Thatcher shut all the coal mines down. They're all still there. There's quite a lot of them that are flooded, but it's like Swiss cheese underneath our feet. There's miles and miles and miles of it, and if you know where to look, you can find them and you can get into them.
Okay.
But a large animal, if it wants to disappear, it's straight in there and it's gone. You're not going to see it again. And they're all semi-connected in a way.
All right.
Carrie, that one's directed at you. Mrs. Chef Yoda said, my ancestors are near Inverness, a place called Ophir.
Ophir. I've never heard of Ophir, but we're just northwest of Inverness in a little town called Dingwall. So yeah, I'll have to check Ophir out if it's near Culloden.
Nice. Meg says, been watching documentaries on swamps in the U.S. and Louisiana, not an area to go out at night. I totally agree.
100%.
Northwoods Cryptid says, going out at night in the swamps of Louisiana would be a good way to find big alligators.
Yeah.
Among other things.
Or the Lougarou.
Yeah, the Rougarou.
Yeah.
Werewolf 5674 says, always believed caves and tunnels had a link. I think you're right.
Yeah, same here. Yeah, absolutely.
Definitely on something there, yeah.
It's a communication network, I think. I mean, it allows them to move about, without any kind of upper interference, so to
Yeah.
speak.
Mhm.
Mrs. Chef Yoda said that'd be a good place. That grating would be a good place to put up
Yeah.
some game cams.
Yeah.
Yeah, game cams. I've tried them since I'm blue in the face, and you just get pictures of deer going. I can see you.
I'm convinced that some cryptids have the ability to see that infrared beam, that motion sensor. I think a pure night vision camera, as opposed to an infrared beam, would probably work a lot better.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree, definitely.
Like some of those cameras, like I've seen security cameras that'll go down to 0 lumens and still be able to film, but they're not using it. They're not using infrared. They're low light.
Who was that?
Wasn't
What's
me.
that?
That was me. I'm sorry. My buddy's trying to call me. I thought I had my notifications off. I apologize, guys.
No problem, sir.
Right.
But
I
yeah,
mean,
the lights, like you said, the infrared, they can see it. They definitely can. It's just
I've seen deer react to it. You know,
Yeah.
we as humans, we only see 10% of the light spectrum. What we
Right.
refer to as the visible light spectrum is only 10% of it. So animals with different rods and cones in their eyes, God knows what they see. They know cats can see like 30% of the light spectrum. So cats see shit we don't even know is there.
yeah.
Yeah.
I pick up just animals just staring straight at it. That's basic. I think I've got
A buddy of mine sent me a trail cam video.
4 or 5 trail cams.
Buddy of mine sent me a trail cam video one time, and he's like, "Watch this and tell me what you think." He said, "I think this is a buck I need to mount." I'm like, "Okay." And the video starts, and I'm watching it, and he's only like four or 6 point buck, not a very big buck. And I'm thinking, why the hell is he wanting to mount this? And he had his head away from me, and he kept bobbing down, getting some food off the ground. And then he raised his head up and turned and looked directly at the camera, and he had a broadhead arrow stuck right in the middle of his forehead.
God,
He said, "I'm mounting that one if I can get it."
Holy shit. That's a survivor, dude. Yeah.
And it hit him dead on in the skull at that thick point where the
Wow.
antlers are, just chunk, and stayed there.
Holy shit.
You know, like a Dalek.
You know,
Yeah.
the deer make fun of him.
Dalek deer.
That would be a great conversation piece. Where'd you find a deer with an arrow in its head? I'd name him Steve Martin.
It's good. It's good, DA.
Irene Duet wants to know, have you ever checked out the Black Forest in Germany?
No, I've been there as a kid. Probably about 13, 14. It's an absolute gorgeous place. It is beautiful. I'd like to go back and have a good route around there. But yeah, it is a very nice place. Very
I've read
nice
there's places in the Black Forest, there's a lot of Bigfoot type creature sightings.
indeed.
That's a thick forest.
Yeah, it is. It is very deep and dark.
I'd like to visit Germany go to the Black Forest, and there's a valley that there's a very ancient tree. It's a huge tree, and they the locals referred to it as Yggdrasil. I would like to go see that tree.
That's a big tree that figures into
Norse
the
mythology.
Norse worldview, right? Yeah.
Yep.
That's awesome.
Yeah,
Interesting.
that's the tree that all the worlds are based on.
Question I've had is, and when I started, years ago, when I started looking into Dogman in the United States, I never really thought about Dogman in other countries. I just always thought about it, it's here. What's about the average size rating they report over there? Are they bigger than ours or about the same size?
Well, one of the words that keeps popping up for me is about the size of a donkey when it's on all fours. I get very little reports of it being stood up on its back legs. Whether that's people not wanting to admit that they've seen a werewolf rather than they've seen a big dog, I don't know, but I don't know if you could extrapolate the size of a donkey on its back legs. I don't know, what would that be, about 7 foot, something like that, 7 foot tall. But yeah, most reports to me pull out the words donkey, bull, and then I've had a couple
That's a
were
big canine.
where they'd mentioned an Irish wolfhound, but a couple of feet bigger all round. I had one in a report in a quarry in Bolton, which is near to Winter Hill. A guy who was out with an air rifle practicing, just plinking away, and he saw a wolf-like creature, and he states that it was as big as an Irish wolfhound, but probably about a foot to 2 foot bigger all the way around. And what was strange about that one is it, instead of running off into the wilderness, it climbed up the side of the actual quarry itself and used its hands. Said it had hands like a monkey instead of paws. But yeah, he said that was pretty big.
Yeah, that's not terrifying at all.
Meg asked, do any of your dogmen have humanoid legs? And by that, I think she's referring to this type of like plantigrade or digigrade.
Yeah. I couldn't really say. Like I said, most of my sightings, they're four-legged. So yeah, they do have that backward-facing leg on the dog itself, or whatever they're seeing. But mainly, I mentioned it's the hands really that come out more than the legs. I think a lot of reports are paying more attention to its face and its hands while it's moving around than looking at its legs and its feet. So I couldn't say yes or no really. I would. It's, if I don't know, I don't know.
Yeah, we get a lot of reports here in the States when people describe a dog man's hands, they generally refer to it as appearing a lot like a raccoon's hands, with like the odd extra digit. I'm trying to find the picture I had, but apparently I have lost it. Oh, there we go. Found it. I will put it up as soon as it pops up. Much like a raccoon's hands.
Yeah, that's what it's same over. They don't actually say raccoon over here. Most people wouldn't know what raccoon hands look like over here. It always refer to monkey with claws, things like that.
Well, that's a skeletal raccoon's hand.
Yeah,
they've got good size of claws on those little things.
Yeah, if you met those claws, if you met that bigger, it wouldn't.
Yeah, if that was 6 feet tall, you could do a lot of damage with those claws.
Yeah, with the length of them, yeah, wouldn't be far off at all.
Well, according to different reports, there are multiple types of dogman. In fact, they say 7. Which would you say of these, which would be the most common one you guys see?
Well, looking at that, I would say the hyena-looking one and more of the Type 3 variant one. Those two. That's what seems to be popping up over here more than anything else. With the words like baboon and monkey and huge dog. It seems to be more on all fours than standing up. But yeah, these reports of it stood up. But yeah, they are more of the look. I very seldom get people saying that it had a face like a German Shepherd with the ears sticking out. Don't really.
You're kind of breaking up.
Yeah, are we still here?
Yeah, you're still there. You kind of broke up there for a second.
Yeah, I said we don't really get reports of people saying it's like a German Shepherd with big ears sticking up. I get more of the baboon-looking features more than anything.
Well, we get reports of pretty much all of those here in the States. It's just in different sections of the country.
I hope I don't want to run into any of them if they're 6 feet tall.
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
Again, 4 feet would scare me.
Yeah.
Yeah, the big German Shepherd looking ones are the ones we see down in the swamps in the southeast region. Because I grew up in Mississippi, and in the southeast region of Mississippi, and or the United States, and we saw like the more like the Type 3 and the canine variant ones, like DA has up there.
Yeah.
Yeah, those
Scary
are
stuff.
those are pretty terrifying.
Yeah, I would probably poop my pants a little bit, just
Yeah.
Maybe just a little.
just a little bit.
Any would make the turtle's head pop out, wouldn't it?
Sorry. I had a Sharpie in my underwear drawer or something like that. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, be a little scary. Scotland wilderness blame on the clearing of the clans to an extent. Okay. So what's this? What Josh Dalton said, DA? I'm wondering about this, Leon. Have you ever heard anything about this? The Scotland wilderness, they blame that on the clearing of the clans to an extent. The big clearances they had,
Highland clearances.
the Highland clearances back in 1800s.
What you mean? How quiet it is up there?
Well, I don't know if it's quiet or if it means that they maybe they got pushed into other areas because of the Highland clearances. I mean, I don't know.
Yeah.
They had farmers up there, shepherds, the crofters up there during the Highland clearances. I mean, maybe they didn't have any pressure on them until the clearances happened, and
Until
then
that happened, pushed them south. Like,
yeah,
well, funny thing is, bringing that up, when I mentioned before about Winter Hill, very close to where I am, that is very much like Highland Scotland. It's a massive moorland hump of a hill, and every couple of years there's like fires up there where the heather sets on fire. A couple of years back, it really went up in smoke, and I'm not sure who owns the land itself. If anybody, it's probably some kind of lord whoever, most of the land over here is owned by semi-royalty type thing.
okay.
But they've started to plant thousands and thousands of trees up there. In fact, they've planted that many of them. A couple of months ago, we was up there investigating, and I heard the familiar thud, 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 thud of a Huey, and a big white Huey helicopter come flying over the hill, and underneath it was suspended a bit like, God, it looked like a Volkswagen Beetle underneath it, and it was a huge wrapping of these saplings, and as it flew over it, it hovered down a bit, dropped these saplings, and we couldn't tell what they were with the naked eye. Luckily, I had my I had this with me, so I managed to zoom in and watch it doing its flying bit, and we worked out what it was. So up in that hill, all these trees are being planted, and whatever is living up there, I think that's had the same effect. It's pushed it down into lowlands, because that area, it's getting more and more sightings over and over. The last couple of years, really more in the last 6 months, 18 months. It's just gone. It's gone mad, and we were trying to work out why it's got so busy all of a sudden. And once we realised what was going on with all these trees, it become a bit of a non-brainer that whatever's lurking around up there is being pushed out. So that's basically on a smaller scale of what you're saying about Scotland. So yeah, it's probably onto something there. Yeah, definitely.
How close are you to Manchester? Where geographically, where you're located? Where's that in relation to Manchester?
Well, if it was as the crow flies, probably about 40 miles away.
Okay.
So it's to the south of me.
Okay.
Meg Mills wanted to know. She said, "I'm not clear on this. Have you seen Dogman? And if so, where?"
No, I have not seen a Dogman. No, I'm pretty sure I've heard one, but no, never seen one. I've seen traces of one, but no, never seen one.
You've got some good recordings too. If you guys go to his YouTube channel, you can watch some of the videos. We had tried to get one to load earlier, and I could not get it to load with this software. So I'm going to have to figure out what's wrong with it before we try it again. But Brouchin says Canine Variant 1 in Boston. Toothaking says, which variant is reported around Arizona? The stories I've heard been down near the border of Arizona. As some border patrol agents reported seeing a number of the creatures, and they were the German Shepherd type.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Ronald wants to know how many deaths in the Highlands from Dogman.
Well, I don't think you'd really find that out.
Yeah, probably not have
they wouldn't tell you. Even if they did know, they wouldn't tell you.
Yeah. Health and safety is not going to put that information out for sure.
And RJ wanted me to post your YouTube channel again. No problem, man. I will post that and even throw the link back in the chat. I put the link in the chat room earlier, but I'm going to do it again. So we're making sure everybody's got access to that link.
Cool. Thank you.
Not a problem. Happy to do it, my good sir.
I would presume that the government in the UK works similarly to the US government in that if there was a public concern for these cryptids, they would probably keep it under wraps to avoid public panic. I can't imagine, any ministry saying, "Oh, by the way, beware of the 6-foot dog creature that's going to be living near your home. Stay away from this tourist area."
Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah, they wouldn't be advertising the fact of it. In fact, when was it? About probably 10 years ago, someone reported seeing a lion in a field, and the proverbial SH1T hit the fan, and everyone really panicked. The police was out, everyone, helicopters flying around, and when they finally found this lion, it was some kid's stuffed toy that had been set in the middle of this field.
Oh no!
And it was like, it was like,
call out the Royal Marines.
Yeah, it was like around with our pitchforks. Yeah. It was just madness. It was crazy. So
wow.
Anything like that was mentioned, people would just totally lose it.
Well, there is a long history of big cat sightings in England.
Oh yeah, definitely.
I was just watching a documentary on that just the other night. RJ was wanting to know, does anyone cast Dogman?
There's a hefty
RJ was wanting to know, does anyone cast the tracks of Dogman in the UK?
Well, yes. I found some tracks, some big canine tracks in one of my videos. I went back a couple of days later to cast them. When I got there, someone had already done it. I was on my own. And whoever was putting the plaster of Paris down, all their equipment was all around everywhere, and I could hear voices and someone on a phone either on a phone or on a radio talking, and I panicked basically and got out of there. So the casts that I wanted, I was beat to them. I don't know who got them. I would like to think that in that area, if it was someone who I knew I'd know about it, someone would have told me, "Oh, I beat you to your casts," or "I found these casts," in the circles that I'm in. I would have known about it. So I don't know who took those casts. I got some pretty good photographs of them, but it'd have been better to get the actual cast itself.
Oh,
but
definitely.
To answer that, people getting out there and getting them. But who these people were who took? Well, they weren't mine, but the ones I found, I don't know. Don't know if they were military, police, or whatever. I don't know. It just seemed very, very strange for them to be there to beat me to it.
Does the MOD put a kind of a kibosh on this kind of stuff? I mean, kind of push it down into wild animal sightings or something like that, Leon?
Well, I don't know about putting a squad. There has been things in the past where Ministry of Defence have actually gone out there and looked for. Wait a minute, my cat's doing it. I've actually looked for animals, and if you look online, you will find bits of information of the Marines trying to hunt, especially big cats, trying to hunt them down.
Yeah, that's impressive.
But I don't know about trying to hide it. If they are trying to hide it, they're not doing a good job because most of us know about it. Just let my cat out. Go on, Pebbles. She's gone.
Okay. Carrie, I was looking at that hat over your your left shoulder. That is a nice hat. I like that.
Which one?
The one that's hanging on the corner up there.
Oh, yeah,
I like that.
My Indiana Jones hat.
Nice. I thought that looked like a fedora.
Everybody's got to have a fedora, man.
I've got almost like the same hat.
Yeah, it's right next to the gas mask bag and the bull whip and everything else. So yeah, this is my this is my go-to right here, my Dark Angel medical hat. So
there you go.
Yeah,
my Dark Angel medical hat is my go-to. Also, I've got it hanging on the back of my bedroom door.
Good man, good man.
I wear mine. I've got a few. I wear them all the time.
Nice shirt, by the way. Nice shirt.
Yeah, I didn't even know you'd be on tonight, and I'm wearing your shirt. So.
See, there you go.
My shirt's in honor of Margolin. It says "Embrace the Suck" on it.
God damn! I now got to do 25 push-ups.
Lanita Bryant wants to know: are dogmen werewolves?
Well, that's an odd one, isn't it?
Yeah,
it's. I don't really. I'm on the fence with regards to that.
Are werewolves dogmen?
That's it. That's the another thing. Which came first?
Are they wolves turning into men, or men turning into wolves?
Yeah. When you look at the history of canine, upright canines, and that it goes as far back as Epic of Gilgamesh. It's even mentioned in that, which predates the Bible.
That's right.
And the all the Roman figures and gods and things. Did they bring them ideas, or did they bring those real creatures over into England that managed to get over into the States and managed to get everywhere else? It's from the beginning of time. People have talked about these things, haven't they? I mean, you look at Egyptians and
Anubis.
Anubis, yes. Now that is, you couldn't really, if you talk to someone and describe that figure, it would be a Dogman, wouldn't it? Without
Very
even
much so.
saying Anubis. It's like it's a no-brainer. It's spot on. But like you said, do we become wolves or the wolves become us? I don't really know.
It's an interesting question.
Yeah.
I think dogmen are a species unto themselves, and the werewolf legend grew up around them.
Yeah.
That's just my opinion. I may make no claims of being an expert on any subject. That's just my opinion.
No, especially this. No one can really be an expert on dogmen and werewolves until we lasso one and drag one in and have a good look at it, and that's when you can be an expert. But as it is, it's all theory.
Well, the moment you do, somebody at the University of Oxford or the University of Harvard is going to take credit for it. Like, oh, I knew about these all the time.
Yes,
I thought first I get to name it.
Yes.
DA, think about this, man. I mean, even back in Isaiah chapter 34 or something like that, they were talking about Lilith, the creatures of the night and things like that. So who's to say that it wasn't mentioned somewhere in the old script, the old scriptures, the text of things like this. I mean, it's there. We know it, and it's got to be referenced somewhere scripturally, or if not, maybe it was taken out by King James. Who knows?
I firmly believe there are a lot of things that we're just simply not aware of that exist beyond our comprehension of civilization. Because as we pushed back the darkness by electricity with light, being able to light up the night, we became comfortable in thinking that we owned the night, and we really don't. There are things out there we have not discovered, and I'm convinced, firmly convinced of that. Werewolf says, if you could afford a handheld LiDAR or scanner, would be really nice. Oh, yeah, those are nice. Meg likes your fedora.
Thanks, Meg. Appreciate that, Meg.
Denise says, I wonder if the werewolf lore didn't come about due to folks trying to explain Dogman. I believe so.
Yeah.
That's just my personal opinion.
Matt DA
says, yes, sir.
Expound on that. I'm curious to know what your theory is on the dogmen, the werewolves.
Well, very much like how it's mentioned in the Bible, the dog-headed men, and even in ancient Egypt they're mentioned. I think it was a separate type of creature, and it always has been.
Mm-hmm.
And at some point, we shoved them so far out of civilization that either they've gone feral or they just refuse to accept any. They won't step back into the light. They view us as some sort of enemy, which is why to me would explain why 99% of the dogmen eyewitness encounters, they use the word hellish, demonic, or pure evil whenever they describe it. I think it's a legitimate race of creatures that has existed parallel to man, that at some point in our evolutionary juncture we shoved them out of the light and into the darkness, and that's where they stayed.
So would that be kind of in reference to your last book you wrote? As far as the Nightmare Hunter.
Mm-hmm.
Is where they're their own species.
Yes, I think I firmly believe that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I would think that they're probably something. Yeah, it's like you said, they ran parallel to us. They just lost the arms race. We got the fire. We got the firearms. Technology. Gave us the advantage.
Yeah.
And humanity has always been quick to use that advantage.
Yeah, for sure.
I mean, if all things had been level on the playing field, there would have been no European colonizers on North America if the natives had equal weapons.
Yeah,
absolutely.
They would have been repelled at Plymouth Rock.
Yeah,
right. That's why everybody needs a good med kit. Just saying.
Absolutely.
Plug.
Well, you go. This is a great. We're coming up on the top of the hour, and it is a great point to play a word from our sponsor, so to speak. And the man of the hour is here himself, so you're going to get to see him twice. Kerry, you want to tell us a little bit about Dark Angel before I play the commercial?
Yeah, man. Dark Angel Medical is a company where we provide medical kits, trauma kits, first aid kits to anyone and everyone, and not only that, the training to go along with that, because like we always say, the time chooses you. Are you going to be ready? And if you're not ready, well, then the outcome might not be optimal. It might be like meeting a vampire without a cross or some garlic or holy water or something like that.
I've often said that a med kit is like a parachute. If you ever have, it's better to have one and not need it than need one and not have it. Because if you ever need one and don't have it, you probably never need one again.
Absolutely, brother. Absolutely.
Well, let's hear a word from our sponsor.
Everybody, this is Kerry Pocket Dot Davis from Dark Angel Medical, and you are listening to DA Ex Machina with DA Roberts. You may recognize me or some of my products from Dark Angel Medical in some of the Apex Predator, Lakeview Man, and Wild Hunt books, and you can get those products at www.darkangelmedical.com, along with training classes on how to use those products and save a life. Shoot us an email at info@darkangelmedical.com and be the difference.
Nice commercial. Love that commercial.
Thank you very much.
And this is the point where I always throw in, remember the kit for life guarantee, that if you use the kit to save a life,
It's for free.
you replenish the kit for free.
Absolutely. 130 saves now, man. One of
Dude,
them,
racking them up, man.
yeah, Johannesburg, South Africa, the other night.
Nice.
That's awesome.
Yeah, how cool is that?
That is awesome.
Yeah, how rad.
If you're going to go out in the field to do anything along the lines of cryptid hunting or actual hunting, like if you're deer hunting, or even going to the range or hiking, anything you do in the outdoors, you run the risk of taking a fall, getting an injury, and in a lot of these places, you'll have crappy or no cell reception.
Yes.
So being able to treat even yourself or somebody in your party could be lifesaver.
Amen. Thanks, brother.
It wasn't that long ago that there was a report of a man and a woman who were hiking through, I believe it was Yosemite, and she fell and wrenched her ankle really badly. And the husband said, "Well, it's not very far to the trailhead. You sit right here, and I'll hike to the trailhead, get someone to come back so we can carry you out." Well, she was injured and couldn't get away. By the time they got back, she'd already been eaten by a bear.
Yep. Famous last words, man.
Yeah. Don't leave an injured person alone in a national park.
Absolutely. A friend of mine whose father was on a motorcycle tour up in the Highlands. They were doing the coastal 500s up in the Highlands of Scotland. And I mean, up there, and Leon knows with medical responses could be hours away. And they came around a corner and he wiped out and lost his left lower leg, which traumatic amputation. Maybe you whatever you want to call it, divine intervention, whatever you want to say. But there was a trauma surgeon coming around the other curve around the road, witnessed it or saw everything, the aftermath, and had the proper medical equipment tourniqueted his leg off and saved his life right there on spot. So
very lucky.
Yeah, very, very lucky, very fortunate man for sure. So
especially up there, out in the middle of nowhere.
Out in the middle of nowhere. When my wife and I were up there driving along the coastal 500, she's like, "Yeah, this is pretty desolate. It's beautiful, but it's desolate." I was like, "Yeah, absolutely." I said, "You got your med kit, will you?" She's like, "Yeah." So,
yeah.
I told my wife that if the books ever took off, I wanted to buy land up in the Shetlands.
Yeah.
And I showed her a documentary on it, and she goes, "Well, you'll be living there alone."
Hey, I'll come up there with you. We'll hang out up there together and drink whiskey. We'll be good.
That sounds like an awesome time. She told me she'd send me postcards from Florida.
And Angie can hang out together in Florida. We'll hang out in the Shetlands.
Yeah, take the Scotch tour every few months.
Absolutely. Let's see, Bill Sloan. The ear kits come with small pry bar or pliers. Bill, he said, does any of your kits come with a small pry bar or pliers? When I was a cabinet maker, I kept nailing the same two fingers together.
Ow.
The operative word there is was.
Yeah. First, Bill, ow. Second was, I don't know, man. I have some. I use these readers to help me with my close in work. But not just picking with you, man. But it's one of those things. No, it does not come with a pry bar or pliers. I would check out one of the multitasker tools or the Leatherman Nano tool for sure for pliers. So Shane, there you go. There you go, DA, with the pliers. There you go.
Yep. Give me guys, bear with me for just a minute. I am way behind on the comments. I'm trying to fall back.
He's got
Irene says God cursed Pompey's legions after he destroyed the temple in Jerusalem. That's what we read in school. Rauchen says werewolves have been identified as men who turn into wolves, and we need to get blood from other humans. Dogman is thought to be an animal with too much intelligence. Lycanthropy came from the myth of King Lycan. Yeah, I believe that's where the first first recorded legends of lycanthropy.
Where the word comes from.
RJ says, Leon, where would you recommend a foreigner begin looking for Dogman in the UK? What land would be accessible to somebody fresh off the boat?
Oh, let's see. I would say one of the places that have had lots going on over the years is a place called Cannock Chase. I don't know if you've heard of that place. It's a very strange place. That would be easy to get to. Basically, anywhere in the UK you could get. There's a woodland or anywhere that looks a little bit creepy. It's worth a look. But Cannock Chase is a really weird place. There's Bigfoot, Dogmen, UFO, ghosts, black-eyed children. There's all sorts happening in that place.
Is that Northwest England, Leon?
That is northeast. I think it is. I'd have to check.
Okay.
But yeah, just Google it, Cannock Chase, and everything will pop up on there. That's worth going and having a look. That's where
If
I'll
I
be
make
going
it over your
soon
way,
anyway.
that's where we're going.
Yeah, we will.
Has
Perhaps
anybody
it's a-
mapped England as far as Dogman sightings go? For
That would
instance,
be a
does
cool
Cloaked Hedgehog
project.
have a map?
I don't know.
There is a sightings map on Deborah Haswell's Facebook page, and that not just Dogmen, there's Bigfoot and other
cryptids
on there. But
If you've got a
Dogmen
link
do
to that,
pop
send
up.
that to me sometime because I'm not familiar with her.
Yeah.
Brauchen says the dog-headed men in the Bible spoke a different language but could make themselves understood with hand signs. Josephus Abraham bought the burial cave for Sarah from a dog-headed men of Mamre. That's interesting.
That isn't.
Richie Evans says, I need a medical kit myself. www.darkangelmedical.com.
My man. Yes.
Oissa says, perhaps it's the other way around. Perhaps they pushed us out of their forests. Possibly.
Yeah, maybe we were the invaders on their sovereign territory. Who knows?
Well, history is always written from the point of view of the victor.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's right.
Brauchen said King David fought the lion-headed men of Moab.
Or the literate.
Mm-hmm.
Going back to history and the wolves and things, in the sea off the east coast of England, between England and Europe, there's an ancient land that is now flooded after the seas rise. Well, I think it's about 10,000 years ago, and that part of the land is actually called Doggerland. So it makes you wonder why it's called Doggerland, and where did all those creatures in Doggerland go when it got flooded? So that's
it's unlikely it flooded overnight. So I'm sure they were pushed out.
Sure.
Mrs. Chief Yoda says, so do you have any other cryptids over there besides Dogman and Bigfoot?
Not that I know of.
I guess you could count the big cats as sort of a cryptid. Because there's a lot of stories of those.
What about Nessie?
Oh, yeah. We've got Nessie. But on the big cats, I could tell you a quick story if you want to hear that about the big cats.
Sure, absolutely.
It's going back some years. But in England, they brought out a law, I think it was Dangerous Animal Act, which was in 1976. And before that time, you could basically own any animal you wanted without having a license or a cage or whatever. There were people walking down Regent Street with leopards on leads and crocodiles and all sorts of things. Now, very close to where I live, in our town, now it's called it's the Boys Brigade. It's a bit like grown up Cub Scouts, but years ago, in the late 60s, it was a private house, and my grandfather had a business in Blackpool that sold furniture in beds and things. And my father and my uncle did the deliveries for the firm, and they got a delivery to go to this, which is now the Boys Brigade. It was a like I say, a private house. And when they pulled up in their lorry, their truck, my uncle looked over to the gate to open the gate, and on the gate it said, "Beware of lion." And he looked at my dad and said, "Check this out here. What they're trying to do, trying to scare us to death." And they both had a bit of a chuckle and a laugh like. So my uncle Steve, he jumps out the truck, opens the gate, and my dad moves the lorry across the road and starts reversing into this house. It's a bit like an old farmhouse, like. So as they're reversing down, as he's reversing down and looking in the mirror, my uncle's like, "Come on, I'm back, keep going. My dad saw this thing sat behind him and thought, "What the hell's that?" So they got a bit closer, and as he got closer, he realised it was a mountain lion that was sat in this yard. And wound at the time, it was wound the window down. He said, "Steve, you better get in." "Why?" Just get in. Just get in, get back in. Just don't look behind you, just get back in. "Why?" "Just do as you're effing told, get back in the truck." So they got back in the truck, and the guy come walking out, and this mountain lion was roaming around this garden, and he said, "Oh, come out, you're going to be all right," and everything. And it was like a Labrador, soft as a Labrador, but the look of it was like, "Oh, what's going to happen here?" But as that went on, more and more people were having these big cats and things. And when, like I say, when this 1976 Dangerous Animal Act came out, they had to get rid of these cats. And instead of euthanizing them or paying lots of money to have great big cages and electric fence and everything, a lot of people let them go. And that's why they think there's that many big cats in England that are roaming around. They can adapt to all sorts of conditions, really, cats. And when you think about it, you've got Siberian tigers, haven't you? You've got stuff that live in jungles. But yeah, that's one of the theories. And like I say, one of those big cats was just down the road from where I am now, all them years ago.
Wow. That's pretty cool.
Irene Duet says, "Leon, do people in Ireland still believe that King Brian lives in the mountains?"
I couldn't tell you. I don't know.
Trying to catch up with these. I got way behind. Broughton says, "I had a friend from Greece who said only 30 years ago Greece taught about all the gods that lived on the mountain and mated with human women as absolute fact and part of their history." Dennis Chandler says, "Just to let everybody know about PJs, I was in the Air Force in the early 1970s, stationed at Shepherd Air Force Base. That place is hell. PJs trained there, and when it was 110, they ran in step everywhere."
Yes, Shepherd sucks. I'm just saying. Yeah, Shepherd sucks.
Dennis says, "Thank you, Scary, for what you've done and are doing."
Yeah, thank you, brother. Appreciate that. And to piggyback on the Greece thing, my godfather, I was chrismated Greek Orthodox several years ago, like 20 years ago, and yeah, the Greece thing is no joke. They're serious about that stuff there for stuff. Yeah.
Well, I'm officially out of coffee and have now switched to Bushmills Irish. So, Slàinte mhath.
Slàinte.
You doing the Black Bush there, DA, or what is it?
Yes, sir. I've got just a little bit left.
I'm doing some Dalmore 18 right now. Neat.
I actually like the 12 better than the 18.
Really?
Mm-hmm. I just like the 12. I really do.
The 18 has a little less fire on the back end, but
I kind of like that fire on the back end, though.
That's good stuff. Good stuff.
Yeah, I don't think I've had the 18. I like the 12 better than the 15.
Yeah.
But
I had the 18 at a bar in St. Louis when they didn't know how to make a old fashioned.
Bless their hearts.
Yeah, if you can't make an old fashioned, you ain't got the right to call yourself a bar.
I prefer the diet over the regular.
There you go.
You almost like I got Diet Lipton.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can't say too much. I'm drinking flavored water.
Leon, what's the creepiest story you've collected?
Oh, let's think. I would think it would be. It was about a. He called himself a fisherman, but he was poaching in a river. He was using nets, and he was trying to get wild trout out of a river. And whilst he was there, obviously it's dark. Whilst he was there, he started to hear some movement over a security fence. There's an old paper mill. Was it a paper mill? Paper mill. Yeah, there's an old paper mill, all disused. There's actually a video on my channel about that. I think it's called. I can't remember. It'll come to me in a minute, but it's on there anyway. And whilst he was making his mind up what he was going to do that night, where he was going to put his nets in, what he was going to do, he started like hear these noises coming from out of the building, and he's thinking, "What? That's a bit strange. What animals got in there? Because this fence is huge." And as he's sat there smoking his cigarette, that was it. I think he had a beer with him. You'd have to watch the video, but he sat either smoking a cigarette or a beer, and this animal gets closer and closer and closer, and it's complete darkness. And he realizes that it's right up against the fence. Puts his light on, and he told me that was the worst thing he could have done, because as he saw this animal, it was he said it was as big as a donkey. It was just stood there looking at him, cocked its head like as to say, like, "What you doing?" You know, like when dogs do that weird little thing. And in the video, I explained that this guy is a bit of a tearaway, a skinhead. I don't know if you know about skinheads in England, but they're a bit. He is one of them, or was one of them. He still is, and he's no softy, no baby. He left all his stuff and did a runner and left everything there. He never went back. But I would say to have been there and seen that one in pitch black darkness where he was, because I've actually been down to the place. No, I wouldn't have. I'd have done the same thing. I'd have walked on water anyway. I'd have been out of there in a flash. But yeah, that's a scary one. And the one in the quarry, that's quite scary. Where the guy took the pot shot at it with the air rifle. But the nighttime ones, they're the scary ones. They're the really freaky ones. And I'll try and find what it's called exactly. Give me 1 minute.
Well, I know that's where we have a slight advantage here in the States, because whenever I go out looking for anything, you can bet your butt I've got enough guns and ammo on me to lay siege to a small country.
Yeah, well, that's the one I was on about. Dogman Scarce Poacher is this animal hiding in a derelict building. The building it's actually in is a derelict paper mill, which dates back to 1700s. It's a really ancient place. And in that video, we managed to get inside and have a look around to see if we could find any evidence of it being in there. But unbeknown to us, once we got there, the place was cameraed up and there was security on there walking around. So we had to do it like Bodie and Doyle style, the professionals. I don't know if you've ever heard of the professionals over there. In fact, yeah, you'd love to watch that program actually. But, yeah, we do. It was a really sneaky job to get in and get out and try and get some evidence. But yeah, it's worth a look. Dogman Scarce Poacher on my channel.
Okay. I think I've watched that one. I've watched quite a few of yours. Two Thinking says, have you ever had that gotta go right now deep fear while doing an investigation?
Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah. one of my films. I think it's named something to do with a dogman on a canal boat. I went to investigate the woodland where it ran to, and I think I got there a bit too early. In my brain, I just kept thinking, "Oh, this thing's still here." It was only a couple of weeks after it happened, and I got there to investigate it. And I was walking through the woods, and like everyone says, it goes quiet when the predators are around. And I hadn't realised I was just like rabbiting away to camera, like, here we are at such a place, blah blah blah. And then I suddenly realised it had gone really quiet, and I saw this brown thing moving in the woodland further away, and it screamed, whatever it was, it screamed or barked at me. And listening to it, it was a deer barking. Now, I had no idea that deers barked. And that really scared me to death. I didn't have anything with me. I didn't have a machete with me or anything. That was probably one of the scariest. That was even scarier than stuff that I've been in the woods in the dark. That was.
Well, I think DA made a very good point with the firearm situation. A few years ago, my wife and I took a vacation to Cornwall, and we had never been to the UK before. And so we were staying at this old estate out there. And while we were having breakfast, we were sitting at the same table with this gentleman who was a retired Scotland Yard detective. And a story came on the BBC One about these 3 terrorists that were apprehended near the airport, and they had a firearm and 7 rounds of ammunition. And like at 3 different points during the broadcast, the reporter, was emphasized the fact they had 7 rounds of ammunition, and I started laughing. And I'll never forget this. The detective asked, he goes, "Are you a nutter?" And I'm like, "Huh?" He goes, "What do you find so funny about the 7 rounds?" And I said, "They're making a production about how he had 7 rounds of ammunition." And he said, "Well, yes, it's quite the scandal." And I said, "I take 10 rounds to Walmart." It's just a different culture. And he's like, "You take a gun to the shops." And I showed him my concealed carry permit. He showed it all around. It's like, "We've got a cowboy over here." It's just a different mindset. And the idea that, 3 men with 1 gun and 7 rounds, in the United States, 3 terrorists will be apprehended with at least 3 guns, probably more.
When I was a deputy, I had at least 2 pistols on me and upwards of 60 rounds of ammunition at any given time.
Yeah, when I go out there,
I'm not saying a word, DA. I'm not saying a word.
Just say when I go out there, I've got quite a bit of cutlery on me anyway. Put it that way.
Right.
And depending on whose land I'm on, we are armed sometimes in some of our videos. You'll never see them because it's dodgy over here with firearms and things. But that's only when we're on private land. But yeah, sometimes we are armed. But it's it's pretty creepy being out there when you've just got a knife and a fork in your hand.
Yeah.
You can hear something howling miles away.
I think we just figured out who Facebook user is. It's Sentinel.
Oh, it is Sentinel. The canteen cup.
It's canteen cup time. Thank you, Bob.
I love it. Yeah, I'm taking this on my vacation, DA.
There you go.
It'll be my cup of choice.
I've got a buddy that can do laser engraving. He does laser engraving on ARs, and I'm going to have him put the Wild Hunt logo on my lower receiver and on one of my canteen cups.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah, and we may have some med kits coming out that say,
"Oh, it's not reading it."
Oh.
It says Team Odin.
Team Odin med kits.
Cool.
Yeah.
Cool.
So,
oh, there you go. I think it'll show up since I don't have a green screen. Oh,
There you go.
There you go. Right on.
I still haven't heard from your buddy about those patches. He has never gotten back to me.
Man, I'll call him Monday. I just got back from Texas late last night. I was almost 15-hour drive, and like 11 hours of it was in Texas. But I'll be contacting him on Monday then,
Okay.
for sure.
Yeah, I still have not heard back.
Yeah, I'll make sure that you hear from him this coming week, for sure.
This one's for you, Carrie.
Make it snowballs are sexy as long as no one is having angry sex with them.
Yeah.
That's the Wendigo territory right there.
Wendigo territory for sure.
Yeah, I still got to get a T-shirt made of that for you.
Oh, we gotta do that, man. We gotta do that.
That's funny.
Good point.
Alrighty then. So my neighbors have been taking target practice all night.
I mean, you have firearms over there?
Mhm. You guys are talking about guns, and they quit just before the show, thank goodness. I think they were firing off cannons.
Oh my goodness. Oh Lord. Yeah, I think the team-owned receiver would be pretty cool. Mine's got a Gadsden flag on it.
Nice.
So.
Nice. Yeah. I may or may not have a Gadsden flag in my cave here, Steve.
I've got one hanging on the wall right over there behind the green screen.
This is a great question for you, Leon, from Mr. Chief Yoda. What year do you find the first sighting was of dogmen in your country, in the UK?
Oh well, that can go back many years. It's the talk of man-eating wolves and upright canines. It's been going on for many years. So trying for the actual date on it, it's more or less impossible, really.
Well, I mean, you guys have had recorded history for 1,000 years or more, at least.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's not like here in the States.
Yeah, it's been going on for a minute or two. You know?
Well, the oldest ones I know of here in the States, the Native American counts go way back, but the first European accounts of dogman go back to the land between the rivers area from French trappers that were in the area. And they referred to it as the loup-garou. And a lot of them went missing in sections of the land between the rivers and just were never seen again.
I mean, a friend of mine even talked about the wolfmen or dogmen or whatever. She was Lakota Sioux. I was in the Air Force with her, and she talked about that. Her dad and the elders talked about that, about the dogmen. Was not related to the skinwalkers, with totally different subject, but yeah, they talked about the dogmen and shapeshifters and everything like that from way many years before. I mean, we even settled here.
Yeah, well, over here in England, it's, people don't really use the word dogman, but a lot of sightings going back in history, the great big black dogs, like devil dogs and things like that. And just looking on some of my notes there, there's a writer. Well, there were sisters, Charlotte Bronte. I think it was Wuthering Heights and that.
Charlotte, Emily, and Anna.
Yeah, in 1847, she wrote about a gastra, which is like a goblin or a spirit that takes the form of a horse, mule, or a large dog. And she says in one of her books that she come across this thing. And there's other ones. There's one called a shug monkey. That's a black dog with the face of a monkey that haunts the hills and roads up near down near Cambridgeshire, and that's 1899. They're all written down stories of things, but they can go further and further back. Over on the east side of England in Yorkshire. There's stories up there of called Old Stinker. It's called, and that's like a werewolf type creature that's been seen going back umpteen years.
And the Black Shook.
Yeah, it's more or less every county has a story of a strange looking huge black dog, like the size of a mule. It's been hanging around for a long time.
Well,
Yeah,
if you ever find yourself in the area where the Black Shook was supposedly sighted, one of the churches that it attacked still has claw marks in the door to this day. I would love to have pictures of that if you're ever in that area.
Yeah, I'll have to look into that, definitely.
Signal says, "What about the Vikings?" The only accounts I've read about that involved Vikings and cryptids was the possibility that the Viking settlement in Vinland might have been ended because of cryptid attacks. The Vikings described what they called Skraelings, which were very different than the people that were trading with. The Vikings, being bigger than the Native Americans at the time, described the creatures that they were attacking them as hairy and gigantic. So if they were very hairy and bigger than the Vikings,
they were big.
Yeah, they weren't Native Americans. Because at the time, the average height of most Native Americans was about 5'4", 5'5".
Yeah. I mean, if you think about this, I mean, we were all interconnected at one time. So we're all going to have the same species or some subset of those species along every continent, from the get-go. So, I mean, those folks who are saying it from the Highlands of Scotland down into where Leon lives to wherever in the forested areas. I mean, the forested areas are where they're going to find shelter, where they're going to seek shelter. And it will be kind of arrogant to think that, oh, well, there's nothing here, I mean, because there's too many sightings out there to say otherwise, to speak otherwise.
Even the Vikings talked about the Ulfhednar, the wolf-headed warriors that went berserk in battle, and that no weapon seemed to harm them. So the Viking, I guess there is Viking lore on, and I don't know if it's supposed to be magic that created the Ulfhednar. I have to do some deep digging on that. But the Ulfhednar were supposedly wolf-headed, or at least adorned with the head of a wolf, and went into battle, and no blade seemed to slow them down.
Yeah.
Northwoods Cryptid says, "DA, can you put up that picture of the Dogman drawing I sent you?" Yes, I most certainly can. That's a creepy looking.
Yeah.
I want to run into that on a dark night.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hell,
I don't care how many legs it's walking on.
I'd pee down my leg just a little bit on that.
Yes. Richie Evans says, "A king of the Vikings had a sighting." That's what I heard here in America. Of Dogman, if you can find any reference to that, I would love to read the article, even if it's a book. Let me know the book. I'll get the book, because I'm always looking for anything that references, our evolution and our history of these things that are going way back. Werewolf says, "These things have always been here." I agree. Meg says, "Richie, yes, I've learned from my researching through the internet that cryptids are better left alone." I would agree with that. Irene says, "The Beast of Stirling, doesn't that one go back to the 1400s?"
There you go. Yeah.
I would say so, yeah.
Yeah.
Werewolf 5674 says, "I truly believe we have a genetic memory." I would agree with that. They've actually got a term for that. It's called the uncanny valley, and it exists in humans all across the globe. The scientists who researched it and came up with the theory of the uncanny valley checked people from all walks of life all across the planet, and it seems that everyone at some point has an abject terror reaction to dark, vaguely humanoid shapes in the darkness. It's a fear we all possess, that if you see a humanoid type shape in the darkness, we have an innate fear of it across the globe. To me, that says at one point we had a reason to be afraid of figures in the darkness.
Yes.
Definitely.
And that theory is called the uncanny valley. You can Google that and read it for yourselves, but it is really an interesting theory to read. Mrs. Chef Yoda says, "Wow, what a talent! I wouldn't want to run into that Dogman. Me either." Sentinel says that looked like the LBL drawings. Yeah, I would agree.
Yeah,
Patty says I
just-
wouldn't want to run into that in the daylight.
Just going back to your Viking thing, the berserkers, I just pulled them up here, and there's a little write-up. They seem to be thinking now that they used to mix beer with magic mushrooms, so they would go on the rampage on the battlefield and just not be scared of anything.
So the berserkers were just coked out of their gourds.
They were just crazy, yeah. Off they went on a mad one.
A little peyote, a little beer, a little battle, a little blood. Yeah, it works.
Just keep going.
Yeah, I can attest to that. Okay, so I wanted to ask about the Beast of Sterling. Is that the same as the Sterling Wolf? The person who asked that?
That was Irene, I believe. I don't know. I need to look that up.
Well, I did find something on the Sterling Wolf, but I didn't find anything on the Beast of Sterling. It involved Vikings being chased away from England by a pack of wolves.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why Sterling has the wolf on many of the shields of the nobles in that area. Okay.
Wissa says, I wonder if the Dogman could be a form of baboon. Well, there are multiple reported types of Dogman, and you can take a look at that. And one of them looks very much like a baboon or a mandrill, the Type 3 Variant 3. It looks like very much like a baboon or a mandrill.
Yeah, that's what gets reported here quite a lot.
Yeah, and if considering that in Africa villages have been attacked by normal baboons, I don't want to run into a 7-foot tall one.
No, definitely not.
No.
I had one. We've got a safari park here in the northwest of England. It's called Knowsley Safari Park, and at the time I had a classic Range Rover, which was all jacked up with great big wheels on it. It was 2-inch lift, a V8 thing in it. It was huge.
Nice.
And my son, I think it was his 8th birthday. He's 18 now, so it's going back some years. And we went there with his best friend, and this in the enclosure you drive in, and it's a baboon enclosure. And one of them jumped up on the bonnet of the Range Rover, and it sat there, wouldn't move. And I hadn't realised how big the teeth were. And this is just a normal sized baboon, and they were like as big as your thumb. Canine teeth. They were massive.
Yeah.
It tried to pull my windscreen wipers off the Range Rover. So we're
Definitely strong enough to do it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Trying to squirt well, but yeah, they're just your normal sized baboon. It's the teeth. Wow, they're unbelievable, really. Especially when you're that close to it. It was like as close as this computer screen is now. I could see it. In fact, looking at one that's 5 or 6 feet tall. No way.
Well, what about like going to your kitchen to get a glass of milk and you see this?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I'm going to pass on that.
I'm good.
Or something along these lines.
Yeah, eyes
Oh,
looking
yeah,
at.
wonderful.
That's gonna be a full mag dump. For sure.
I'm hoping I don't see that out the window of my cottage here in about 2 weeks.
Absolutely.
or your second floor apartment.
Truth. Yeah, a DA was just telling me that the cottage my wife rented for me for my vacation next month is the scene of, was it the second Lakeview Man?
Yeah, Lakeview 2.
Yeah.
There's at least one death right there. You're welcome.
Nice.
Well, Werewolf says drugs are why the 1911 was invented. True.
Man.
Because the 38 wasn't stopping them.
Yes. Yes.
Irene says, no, Naoma, there's a tale of a beast that terrorized the farms around Stirling in the 1400s.
Yeah, I'm looking, and I
I think
may
his
have
name was
found
William
some.
Wallace.
That's funny.
That's a little too late for that.
Yeah, a little bit, but still, he did terrorize Sterling.
Mhm.
Oh my goodness.
I'm sorry. I thought I might have found something. The Beast and the Bell.
Red eyes in the window. No, thank you.
Mm-mm.
Richie says, when I walk or let my dogs out, I always carry my 357. Only at nighttime. Deer, hogs, turkeys, etc. By me in Crystal River, Florida country, living only 5 miles away from town. Yeah, out here, if you live in the country in Missouri, yeah, you better take something with you. I prefer to take a shotgun because it's the all-purpose, everything get out of the way.
Yeah.
And I have found that it doesn't matter, and we deal with a lot of idiots in Missouri too. You might run into a crackhead, but the universal sign for leave me alone, and speaks every language is
True.
Yep.
True.
Yep.
Yeah.
that will
Yeah,
pretty much send everything packing that understands what that sound is.
Yeah.
Yep, we here at the house, I keep a loaded handgun. It's my house gun, and a loaded shotgun to get the F out of my house gun.
Hey, Josh,
Yeah.
jump in if you want to, brother.
Yeah. So
The big difference that seems to strike me, and we don't know for sure because a lot of them doesn't go reported in England, is we get a lot of accounts in the United States where there were deadly attacks, like the Beast of LBL, or the Siege of Lockett Ranch. We get accounts with dogmen that turn nasty. Hey, Josh.
Nasty.
Josh, what's
Hey,
up,
how we
man?
doing? How we doing, guys? And Miss Naoma.
Josh, we've got to make the Angry Sex with a Snowmobile T-shirt happen. I've got to get that to carry for Christmas.
Wow, that's something to walk right into. Hey, Josh, glad you're here. We need angry sex right now.
Angry sex.
With a
Hey,
snowmobile, not with you.
Yeah, well, I'm up for either. Hey, DA, check your .net email.
Okay.
I got something you can use that you asked for earlier.
Oh, okay.
3-inch
Awesome.
slugs in my shoot gun. I like the shoot gun instead of shotgun so much better.
Yes.
Definitely works.
Or boomstick from Evil Dead. I mean, that
There
always
you go.
works too.
It's hard to go wrong with boomstick, you ignorant
Yeah,
squareheads.
I used bang bang stick over here as well.
Shop smart.
Hello, Irene.
I don't.
So how's everybody doing tonight?
and what are you drinking?
Good, clean water.
Good for you.
Josh, I did not expect you to have that done so quickly.
That's the one I put on the shirts. Remember, that was the
Oh,
simplified
you already had
shirt
it,
logo. Yep, I forgot that I had it. Hey, werewolf.
I keep forgetting to bring it in the bed my little corner of the bedroom with me when I come, but I've got a black coffee mug that says she's a sassy one.
Oh, you got it?
I got it. Yeah.
Do you like it?
I love it.
Awesome.
And I keep forgetting to bring it in with me so I can show it on the air.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Sentinel's got a point. There was something that happened in Yosemite with a family of 3 and a dog died, and they're claiming it was an algae bloom, but they won't let anybody in there review the bodies.
Yeah,
Nope.
I read that. Yeah.
To be fair, here in like the Ohio area in the lake, the algae blooms are bad enough that if you go in, you're gonna have a bad time. But
This family had a
Probably not
baby.
an
They didn't
algae
go
bloom.
swimming.
yeah,
Well, they've already
Yeah,
they did the
And they had
autopsy.
more than a liter of water, so they weren't drinking polluted water.
Yeah.
Francis Smith says, DA, did you know that werewolves cannot survive in the Philippines? I'm
I feel
betting
like
there's a
that's setup
punchline to
for a
that.
joke there.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Mr. Chef Yoda says, so Leon, sorry if this was asked previously, but what made you interested in cryptids?
Well, I've always been interested in strange, weird things, but like I said before, the thing that really pushed me was a very good friend of mine, his mother, spotting an animal on their farmland, where she explained to me that it was the size of a bull, but it looked like a dog. And with it being so close to where I live, that really set things in motion for me to really get into it. And I'm trying to remember a date on it, and I think it's got to be about roughly 10 years ago, something like that. But the actual making the videos and really getting into it, you're looking about 4 years ago or something. But yeah, I've always been into it, into strange things.
Well,
I've had
you've
running
come to the right place.
Yeah, well, I've had running with I've seen ghosts, I've seen shadow people. There's always been something there. Oh yeah,
That's my
scary one.
playground. I like the paranormal.
Yes.
Well, I think we're going to be delving more into the paranormal this coming week. A week from tonight, we're going to have a guest who's a paranormal researcher. So we're going to be talking all the things that go bump in the night that aren't necessarily cryptids.
Nice.
So the big reveal that Josh just sent me, if everybody will look to the upper right of the screen, you see our DAX Machina logo up there. Well, Josh made a transparent one, so it's a little easier to see the writing.
And those are the ones that you'll find on the t-shirts as well, because we decided that a more simplistic version of the logo would work better on the t-shirts.
There you go.
That's cool.
Werewolf
You could have
64
made the
says
one in
English
the middle
shotguns.
transparent.
Oh, sorry.
I just said I wish you could have made the one in the middle transparent.
Werewolf 5674 says English shotguns are the finest made. I'll never be able to afford one. I don't know about that. Pound for pound, I will put my Keltec KSG up against any shotgun I have ever used. I have beat the hell out of that Keltec KSG, busted doors open with it. I have done stuff to that Keltec KSG no one should do to a gun, and it still runs like a beast.
Yes.
Yeah, I think he's getting on the fact that they're a lot more fancier looking with all the engravings and everything.
It's not a James Purdy and Sons. It's not a James Purdy and Sons.
Oh, that's right, mate. But yeah, the guys who have shotguns over here don't run around kicking doors and in that. They've got tweeds on and +4s and spiked boots.
I say, release the clay pigeons, please.
Yes. Poe, mate, Poe.
Oh.
But yeah, I think a lot of the shooting scene over here is it's like who's got the biggest and the best more than anything.
Right.
The guys, I go shooting with some guys, and they're most of their shooting is rats and pigeons and things like that. But we use like marsh guns to go shooting, so three shot semi-automatic things, and you can throw that in water and kick it all over the place, and it's right as rain. But if you was going to go and do that with one of these fancy Purdy type things, the guy with you probably have a heart attack thinking, "What are you doing with that? You're madness."
It's a work of art, mate.
I ran a full qualifier in the freezing rain with my Keltec KSG, and it never gave me an ounce of trouble.
Yeah. Same with my Remington 870. You know, I mean, I've got a Vane Comp special, and it's very nice. It's very nice. So, yeah, I like my Vane Comp 870. It's a good gun.
You know, they make a kit for the 870 now to make it a bullpup.
I wish they do. Really?
Yes, they do. I'll find it and send the link to you. But it looks pretty badass.
Please do. I like to do that. I shot a LA. What is it? What's the SA80, SA85, whatever the UK bullpup is? I shot that when we did an exchange program with some guys from the RAF. It was pretty interesting.
SA80, yeah, but yeah.
SA80, yeah, that's it. Yeah. Yeah. Interesting.
Oh my.
Hey, I'm gonna have to go check on Angie. She's not feeling too well tonight, so I'm gonna have to wish you all a good night. And Leon, pleasure meeting you. Everybody else, great to see y'all.
Good to
Da,
see you, Terry.
all right, man. Da,
Doc.
I will see you next weekend, brother.
All right, brother. You be safe and tell Angie I hope she gets feeling better.
Absolutely.
Will do. Yeah, y'all have a good night.
Good night,
All
man.
Good night, Gary.
Bye.
All right. Night night.
So,
Richie 870 is in Remington, correct?
Yeah.
Woo, folks, this has been an interesting show. I wanted to compare more of the American sightings versus the British sightings. Have you noticed that among the sightings, like a lot of the American sightings, when people have seen one, like I said, they describe it as being demonic or hellish or pure evil. Do they describe them in the same way, or do they have a different?
It does get mentioned, yeah. Myself, people reports I've took. No, I haven't heard that. But with regards to other reports over here, yeah, it is mentioned that it comes across as pure evil, and they're not really couldn't really tell if it's flesh and blood or if it's a demon type kind of thing. But to myself, no, I haven't heard. I haven't got any of them reports. Most of my reports, like I say, are huge dogs as big as donkeys. But yeah, they are about the crazy demon-looking things.
A lot of the accounts that I've read about here in the States, especially violent encounters where people have been charged, hunters have reported shooting them, hitting them directly, and it seeming to have no effect.
Well, it seems like when you read the descriptions, a lot of the American sightings, they describe something that, somebody outside the loop would, call a werewolf. The upright bipedal wolf things. From what Leon's saying, it sounds like his encounters are more Hound of the Baskervilles type, just giant, ridiculous dogs,
Yeah,
Well,
that's what
almost like
I'm getting.
Like the dire wolves or something.
Exactly. Let's see. Mr. Chef Yoda says, so Leon, do you believe in little people?
Oh,
I know several.
well, yeah. I wouldn't. I wouldn't.
There's
knock
one on
it, I
the
wouldn't
cast
knock
of Pirates of the Caribbean for a while.
We're talking dwarves or hobbits. There's a little difference there.
Well,
I
there's
think,
loads
like
of talk.
the Puckwudgies or little people, fairy folk, or thing like that.
Yeah,
Fairy folk, probably, yeah.
Yeah, a lot of talk of it over here. Never seen. Oh, obviously, never seen anything. But yeah, anything is possible, isn't it? Anything at all.
Well, yeah. I mean, if you're, I know of a person who firmly believes that all Bigfoot sightings are mistaken identity, or not all Bigfoot. I'm sorry, all Dogman sightings are mistaken identity of Bigfoot. And I think, how many people have seen a Bigfoot and been told it was mistaken identity? Isn't that a little hypocritical? I mean, if you're going to believe, you should probably open your mind and take some.
Now, so many Bigfoot accounts are blamed on misidentified bears, which I don't buy, and I can tell the difference between something with a wolf-like head and something with a monkey-like head. That's pretty easy to do.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Richie Evans says, question, can you all have guns in the UK?
Not everybody. It's very, very hard to get firearms over here. Shotguns, yeah, they're slightly easy to get, but with regards to what we call firearms over here, only rifles. I think handguns, they're completely banned. But there's lots of hoops to dive through before you can get anything that revolves around a trigger. It's really hard work, and it gets harder and harder and harder each year. They try to put up more and more problems to try and let you have one. But yeah, you can get them, but not many people have.
I don't want to go too far down this rabbit hole because we could get real deep on a lot of political discussions, but I kind of want to. What is like your personal opinion on that? What's like the general consensus of people over there with the increased restrictions? Is it just kind of working and people are okay with it, or are more and more people upset by it?
Well, I think a lot of it is that we don't know any different, to be honest.
Sure.
There's no big uptake on firearm. Like your country folk, your farmers and things like that. Yeah, they have them for protection, not on themselves, but protection more of the sheep and things like that. But when it goes back to people complaining about not being able to have a firearm, no, it doesn't. You very, very seldom hear about it. And when I say to work colleagues like, "Oh, I'll go and shooting on a Saturday," you can see their eyes like, "You're going what? Hey, you're going shooting?" It's a bit of a taboo, and it's a lot of it. I think is to do with our government. It's silly brainwashing things. It's just it's
Just out of curiosity, what is the largest known predator on the British Islands?
Oh yeah.
Oh God, it was largest. No, it would probably only be a fox.
I was going to say the Scots.
Especially when they come to Blackpool, bloody hell.
I could say that my family's Scottish.
But yeah, it'd be a fox or a badger could make a mess of you if that got salty as well. Badgers are pretty big.
So you guys don't have any wolves or coyotes or anything like that?
No, the last wolf we chased out in 1300 and something in this country. It's gone completely. They had talk about bringing them back up Scotland way. Hopefully that will happen. But yeah, we've nothing big here.
Werewolf 5674 said, "Who's the good werewolf?" Well, in Scottish and Irish legends, there's a legend of a werewolf type creature that actually helps people, and it's not a legend I've delved very deeply into because I'm generally more fascinated by the terrifying accounts, but it's something I do intend to look in more. But in Scottish and Irish legends, they do talk of werewolf type creatures that protect people and people that didn't have enough food, they would leave food for them and things like that.
I remember weren't you guys talking the other day too about was it a Saint Christopher or one of the saints was also supposedly
Yeah.
You may have brought that up earlier. I apologize.
Yes. Which saint was that? Was that Saint
Christopher?
Saint Christopher, supposedly dog-headed.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Irene represented that way often.
Mm-hmm. Irene Duet says, "My cousin shot that thing last weekend with a 30-30 and it walked away." I'm not surprised. Werewolf says, "My Irish ancestors believe in little people, but then again, they loved Irish whiskey." Well, I can't blame them.
There's nothing wrong with that.
I made the comment in my my story, Codename Wild Hunt, Operation Lily. If you guys check that out, you can find that on the Dixie Cryptid podcast channel on YouTube. And it's available for you guys to listen to for free. So go check that out. But I mentioned in there that there was a British character in there that said that the greatest gift the Celts ever gave to the world was whiskey. And the phrase Uska Betha, which was where we get the term whiskey from, literally translates as water of life.
Mm-hmm. I've also heard it's what keeps the Irish from ruling the world.
That's true. I will post the link for Operation Lily in the chat. If you guys haven't had a chance to listen to it, if you've listened to my, if you are familiar with my books, Operation Lily continues in the Codename Wild Hunt universe. but it also crosses over into the Dixie Cryptid Steve Lilly universe. So it's available for free. It's about an hour and a half long. So if you want to listen to a free audio book, there it is. I hope you guys check it out. It's awesome. Cam does an amazing job on it, and I love that. I've listened to it like 3 times now.
Yeah,
I do
it's
the same
great,
thing
guys.
with I do the same thing with Naoma's. It's hard to believe I wrote it when I hear them narrating, and I'm like, that sounds really good. I don't believe I even wrote that.
Damn, whoever wrote this is pretty good. But you know,
Then I realize it's just me.
I listened to tons of Dixie Cryptid stuff, but never listened to a lot of the Steve Lilly stuff until that crossover. And then I started deep diving into Steve Lilly. And for those of you who haven't done it yet, go do it. It is
definitely.
Cam is a fun writer. Steve Lilly is a character, and I love that on the surface he disappears like a country bumpkin, but there's a lot more going on under the surface than what you first see. That man is something else.
I think it's
Both
going to be
Cam and
interesting.
Steve.
I think it's going to be interesting when he writes the full book on him, because there's going to be a lot more about him that people don't realize.
That's
I'm
going to be
excited for
awesome.
that.
I can't wait.
Yeah.
Northwoods Cryptid says, DA, do you use any special software for your writing? I use Microsoft Word because it's so easy to write in. And then I've got Grammarly, which really helps out a lot. And then whatever Grammarly doesn't catch, hopefully Naoma will. Considering my last manuscript came back with a hell of a lot of red on it, she catches a lot. She's like,
it
don't be
wasn't
mad at
that
me. I'm like,
bad.
I'm not going to be mad at you.
There were a few pages that didn't have any red on them.
That's the points where you got caught up reading and went back and put red on them.
Well, I was trying to make it sound good. You didn't have to point that out.
Actually, I gotta get a hold of you later about that. I'm getting closer to halfway.
Okay.
When I got it back, I felt like Simon Pegg in God dang it, what's the name of that zombie movie?
Got red on you.
Yeah, you got red on you. Just that.
Shaun of the Dead.
Shaun of the Dead.
Oh my God, I
Oh,
love
I couldn't
Shaun of the
remember
Dead.
I scouted the Winchester.
Yes.
Pop over to the Winchester. Have a pint. Wait for this to blow over.
all the love to George Romero, but Shaun of the Dead is still one of my top favorite zombie
It's
movies.
classic.
Mine too.
It's good.
You know, when we would get drunks in the ER, at the hospital, when I worked at the hospital, me and Rich 2, who's from Nottingham, he's one of the officers there. Him and I would go back to deal with the drunks, and we'd put the drunk in the bed, and we'd be standing at the end of the bed, and anytime one of the drunks would go, him and I'd look at each other and go, dibbity, 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 dibbity. We did it every time. He got so the doctors would just wait for us to do it too.
He's a funny guy.
Yeah.
Have you seen his other film? What's it called? Where he's a cop? Is a police?
Oh, the police, Hot Fuzz.
Oh, such a good movie.
Oh my God, that is absolutely that is.
Yarp.
That is, yeah, oh, that's coming in. There are
brilliant.
loads of films coming in. Very little girl figure back my son in that.
What do we need the dog for? What do we need the dog for? We don't. We need him for translator.
Translate it, yeah. Yeah, they got that absolutely spot on. That is your real English village. It's very much like where I live. That is very much like it.
That would be awesome.
Well,
We've got
funny.
the fancy church, the ancient grounds, and everything, and the slightly inbred locals, and yeah, it's absolutely.
Well, that's like where I'm at.
I was gonna say we got a lot of those little villages around here too.
Well,
I did a brilliant job at that.
I'm pretty sure I'm the only person on my street who isn't related.
When my wife and I were in Cornwall, we stopped off at the market. I think it was a little store, and there was a couple talking in the produce section. My wife leans over to me and she goes, "What language are they speaking?" And I started laughing. I'm like, "Honey, it's English." And she goes, "I don't understand a thing they're saying." So I'm telling her what they're saying. She goes, "I don't even understand that." And I said, "Because it's English." They're speaking, it's a Cornish accent, but
that's what it's supposed to sound like.
Years and years and years of PBS.
Well, then I remember
watching. Leon must think we're all nuts over cryptids.
Yeah.
And this is the favorite one because this is a conversation that Leon and I had just about a week ago when you posted you were in the middle of the night, you couldn't sleep.
Oh yes.
She says, I remember in the early 80s by Sean, a movie called Dog Soldiers. It took place in England and they were fighting werewolves. Some British soldiers, they got trapped in a small cottage in the middle of the woods. Is that a true thing or just a makeup? I would love to think that actually happened.
Imagine that being true. Oh wow.
I hope you choke on me.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a good. That is a good.
Oh, it's a
I
great
think
film.
American Werewolf in London, then that one. They're my top two great films.
Yeah.
Oh, The
Yeah.
Howling
I still need to
is up
see-
there too. Howling is amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah. I still need to see Dog Soldier.
Oh, it's great.
You
You know-
got to watch it. Friggin' classic.
So I finished
tell you this-
reading. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, there's another good English work. Well, it depends how you're watching, what you take on the film, whether it's a werewolf or if it's a Bigfoot type creature. But it's called Howl, and it's set on a train. In a train, it breaks down near some woodland, and this creature starts attacking the train. But that's a good one.
It's called Howl?
Yeah.
Howl. Yeah.
I have got to find that and watch it. That sounds freaking awesome.
Yeah, and
I found it the other day. I haven't had time to watch it yet, though. I just found that story or that one the other day, and I thought, oh, I've got to sit down and watch.
yeah, it's a good one. The creature. It's a bit like a gugway and a dogman. It's a weird looking thing, but yeah, there's a good backstory to it and everything. It's not many people in it, small cast, but it's really good. It really keeps you gripped.
Last weekend, I finished reading Jonathan Mayberry's nonfiction story, the collection of cryptid things that they bite that he told us about. There's not one mention of Dogman in the entire book.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
Bigfoot, a whole bunch of other freaky things that I really didn't want to know existed, but not the Dogman.
Looks like you can watch Howl on Prime Video for free, as well as
That's where I
Crackle
found it.
or Pluto or Tubi.
I have Prime Video. Guess
I
what I'm
found
going
it
to be
on-
watching
yeah.
later?
Get it watched.
That's where I found it. Was on Prime.
It's good.
Irene says Howl is really something. I want to watch it. I'm dying now.
Yeah,
Let's see
there's
if I
one or
can talk
two
the wife
people
into
that are
watching
dog soldiers in that as well.
Oh, Dog
Okay, well,
Soldiers
good
is a
night,
great
folks.
film.
We'll see you next week.
Don't go
Watch
anywhere.
party.
Yeah, let's do a watch party.
You guys, any of you guys watched that recent movie that came out, Werewolf Within?
No.
Is that the one where the park ranger?
Yeah. Don't waste your time.
I think
I did not like that movie.
with the girl.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah,
I don't
yeah.
mind the girl being the werewolf. I don't mind that a bit. I thought that was a great twist. However, we never got the payoff scene. The payoff scene is you want the transformation. It just kind of happened in the background, and it didn't happen until like the last 15 minutes of the movie.
Yeah, it was like a 1950s transformation, weren't it? It was.
Yeah, it was.
Bit of a
It was just
letdown.
weak. And
Or
there wasn't a character. Well, okay, maybe the park ranger guy, but there wasn't. I like 15 minutes into the movie. I wanted every character in it dead.
Yeah,
Like, I hope the werewolf kills them and them.
slaughter them all.
Yep, kill them all.
Kill him now, Caligula.
Yeah,
Well,
the remake of the Wolfman was really good too. The Benicio del Toro.
Oh, Del
Anthony
Toro. Yeah.
Hopkins. Anthony Hopkins is the
Elder Wolf.
Yeah, older Lord Talbot. Oh, he's creepy as hell.
There are a lot of nods.
I'm not going to
to,
lie. I laughed at that. I'm sorry. I thought that was the funniest movie I'd seen in a long time. I don't know what it was about it, but it just struck me as hilarious to watch Anthony Hopkins as a werewolf. I went to see it with the guy I was dating at the time, and he turned to me and said, "If you don't stop laughing, we're going to leave." I don't
There's
know.
a lot of nods to American Werewolf
original.
in London. In
Oh,
that film
yeah.
as well.
Yeah, there is.
Especially the steam-powered trolley bus thing that tips over on its side, and it's. I think there's a couple of people in the pub scene who are in that film, and also the same people are in American Werewolf as well. It's
Yeah.
but yeah, it's anyway. No, I'll not say that.
Okay. Next subject. Oh, by the way, I wanted to tell DA that I watched Hound of Hannibal, regardless.
You watched it anyway, even though it's a work of fiction?
Yeah,
once I found out it was fiction, I just lost all interest in watching it.
I just pretended I didn't know that. Oh, it was good. So
Can you guys just give me 2 minutes where I just get a drink?
No.
Absolutely.
Oh, Young Frankenstein, one of my all-time favorites.
Oh, that's a great movie.
My husband, every time, twice a week, every week, I close the store with him on the other side, and the last thing he says is, "No matter what I hear, no matter what you say, I will not open this door." I'm like, got it.
I have a hump.
I love the bookcase scene.
That is my favorite.
Put it back.
Put the candle
back.
What kind of brain did you get me? Abby something.
Normal.
Abby what? Abby normal. You bought me an abnormal brain.
It took me the longest time to figure out why the horses would snicker.
Frau Blucher.
Walk this way. No. This way.
That is
it's such a quotable movie.
Oh, it's a great movie.
Dun, 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 dun,
Oh,
dun,
man.
dun, dun. I know there is. I love that. It's absolutely fantastic.
Richie says cookies or ice cream or both. Both?
I'm going blind. I forgot I got my glasses. There we go.
Like Christopher Lambert in Highlander. Christ, I've gone blind.
That is another good film. Great film.
Love that movie.
Yeah, I thought it was funnier reading the behind-the-scenes stuff about that and realizing that the entire sword fight scenes he's getting electrocuted. They had a panel of car batteries hooked up to the sword to make it
zip.
Yeah, spark away.
The whole time he's getting the shit shocked out of him. And I'm like, can you imagine? The director goes, "Okay, let's do one more take." Oh, son of a bitch.
Can I at least get some rubber gloves or something?
You can't have the rubber gloves until we get to the future.
I've got to watch that. I've never seen it.
It's a great movie.
Oh, it's great.
Werewolf? Werewolf.
If you can manage to accept the fact that a Welsh Scot is a Spaniard, you can appreciate the Highlander.
How about Robin Hood, Prince of Thieves, when a Scot played King Richard?
Yeah,
he was rolling over at his grave at the thought of that one.
Oh wow.
No,
I know. Seeing Patrick Stewart play him in Men in Tights was even better, I think.
Well, when I saw Prince of Thieves, I just knew there was a cemetery somewhere near London where, in the darkness, you could hear "Bloody hell!"
Speaking of the Highlander, do you know that Henry Cavill is supposed to be headlining the new Highlander movie?
Is he going to play Kurgan?
Ooh.
I know. I think he's actually playing Connor.
He's going to be a jacked Connor.
Yeah, well,
Yeah,
that's how all our heroes are now. All our heroes are jacked. That's what I've heard.
Play the bad guy for once.
Yeah,
we know he can do the voice from The Witcher.
The Kurgan was brilliant, Benny.
Oh, the Kurgan was the best.
Season 2
It's
of The
better
Witcher
to burn out
came
than to fade away.
Oh yeah,
Oh, that's a great
I'm
impression.
impressed.
that was really good.
My favorite with the Kurgan was when the nuns were walking by. Happy Halloween, ladies!
Yeah.
Nuns, no sense of humor.
Candy.
I bet you are.
That's really
Great
good.
movie.
That is wonderful.
Wow.
Right, the Kurgan. He's good.
Oh, he was the
Yeah.
best part of that movie.
Mm-hmm.
What was his other one?
Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. If you don't take care and use it, it's going to rust.
Yeah, there you go. Now, who was it that played him originally?
Clancy Brown.
Clancy Brown. That's right. Yeah, he was the head prison guard in the Shawshank Redemption.
And
Yeah,
the
yeah,
voice of Mr. Krabs on SpongeBob.
Yeah.
Is he?
Yep.
Yeah, that's Clancy Brown.
I
He
didn't
does-
know that.
He
Oh,
does
wow.
so much voiceover work now.
Money.
He's also Surtur from the Thor movies.
Wow. I had no
Clancy
idea.
does a lot of voice work. He's got a very
voice.
unique voice.
Mm-hmm. Richie was asking, do we believe if Dogman and Sasquatch are from outer space? I don't.
Short answer, no.
There are a lot of people that correlate the two, but I think they're native species. I think this is my personal opinion. I claim to be no expert on any subject, so take my word with a massive grain of salt. But I think they're just native terrestrial natural creatures. And if aliens do come here to check out the Earth, and they're here to study us, otherwise they'd have already taken over because we couldn't stop them. If they've got the ability to cross the stars, we're not going to put up much of a fight. So they're here. If the aliens are coming here, they're here to study us, and they would study all humanoid life forms, not just one. So I think that would explain why sometimes they see Bigfoot and UFOs are nearby.
And yet, I have never seen an African dung beetle crawl out of a spaceship.
It'd be interesting, though.
Honestly, if anything, I feel like we're more of a reality TV show for them.
We're the Arkansas of space.
We are their entertainment.
When aliens go by our planet, they lock the doors.
On Futurama, where the Omicrons are watching like our old TV shows. I don't know if you've ever watched Futurama.
Yeah, I remember that.
I figured they're not watching our shows. They're watching us, going, man, they're way better than whatever they put on TV.
Yeah. The Simpson with Clang and whatever his name is. Forgot what they are. Holy fucking snit!
the tentacle alien.
Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, I think DA's right though. I think if they're here to observe us, they're observing more than just us. All life on this planet, including
and if
whatever's
they're studying
watching
us and our evolution, they would certainly be studying, creatures that are near human.
I'd still find the African dung beetle a lot more interesting.
The way it walks backwards, rolling poop.
Yeah,
they're not that interesting.
Cool.
I could go in my bathroom right now and roll a bunch of poop around. No one's going to be like, ooh.
Oh, yes, they would.
Oh, yeah.
Put that on film. You have it.
Man,
viral in an hour.
that'd go viral on YouTube, brother.
I might go viral.
Yeah, several viruses. If you're not careful.
Hepatitis.
Richie says we are the Third Rock shows live.
I actually think that they call it. I don't think they call us Planet Earth. I think they call us Planet Dueling Banjos.
Yeah.
Ding 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 ding
Well,
ding ding ding.
This week I was watching the newest Predator film. It's like the reboot that they did in like 2018 or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And they proposed the thought in there that the predators, one of the things they like to do is collect DNA and try to incorporate DNA from other species into their own to make them stronger, kind of Borg-like, And they came to Earth, and they're coming to Earth more frequently because they realized that we're nearing our expiration date. It's going to become a point where we're not going to be able to live on this planet anymore, and they want to collect all the DNA before that happens that they need. And it's a morbid thought, but it might not be too far from the truth.
Yeah, but at the same time, I'm thinking they're looking at our DNA and going, no.
They wouldn't like my DNA anyway.
Yeah.
Mine either.
You gotta get through all the cholesterol first to find my DNA.
they'd take a look at my DNA and turn into Jeff Spicoli from Fast Times at Ridgemont High. Dude, you're fucked.
Oh.
I was doing so well tonight. Anyway.
I was watching chat here a little bit. If you guys are, wanting to share info, I know some people had emailed stuff to DA. Another great place that you guys could do that is in our Discord server. We have a lot of people that hang out there, and we would like to get more of a conversation going on there as well. Not just about the books, but also about cryptids and paranormal and other stuff. Feel free to jump into the Discord server. It's like a live, ongoing conversation. That's why I like it a little bit better than Facebook at times, because where Facebook is by the post, Discord you can pop in and out. There's different organized channels. So if you can't find the link, it'll pop up here shortly. Nightbot will spam you with it here shortly.
I just put it up on the screen.
Oh, yep, there it is too.
And if you're on YouTube, don't forget to thumbs up.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. And subscribe. Like and subscribe. And ring that bell, baby.
That's right.
You know,
Bell's
go
actually
to Noel's channel and do it there too.
yeah.
absolutely.
Yeah.
Do it Noel's way.
The bell is very important, because without that bell, you don't get the notifications that whoever you're following goes live or posts a new video. Yeah, just one more reason to tweak the algorithm on YouTube.
Yep. I'm sorry. We all stopped and started reading, didn't we? At the same time.
That animation of the chat, it distracts you sometimes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it can't distract all five of us at once. That looks bad. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
I saw all of our heads go whoop.
Yeah. Somebody comes up, we're all like,
Now, while we're talking, somebody had better be reading that and coming up with the next question.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay. So
we've got to ask more questions, because we're keeping this poor guy up. It's got to be 5 a.m. there.
Yeah.
It's 5:15. Yeah, I'm awake now. There's no way I'm going back to sleep.
That's how I was this morning.
Pounded down that Red Bull, I could kind of see why.
Yep. A little bit more of this rubbish.
Yeah.
Whatever you want to.
Luck.
You can ring my bell.
I was just thinking that.
We're old. We're very, very old. Oh.
Ring my bell, sugar.
Baby, you melt my sugar. Okay, stop.
oh, Lord.
This could go ugly really fast.
Demonetizing in 3, 2.
I haven't hit 1,000 yet. We don't have to worry about monetizing.
Oh, my God. As soon as I heard DA quote that line from Fast Times at Ridgemont High, in my mind, I immediately heard.
I was thinking I was being so good tonight.
Me too.
Speaking of 1,000, though, I think DA was planning on doing something pretty big at the 1,000 mark. You were going to give away one of the original Ragnarok books, right?
Yeah, the out of print ones.
Yeah.
Hold one up for us, Steve. Let's see what it looks like. You got one, don't you?
Yeah.
Oh, he's got originals all over.
I got the original. Let's see here.
Oh,
go.
here it comes.
Got the original.
I remember that cover.
It's not that one. I don't have any of those left.
No.
It's the blue cover.
Okay.
Yeah, those are non-existent. I have one copy that I won't part with.
You're talking
The blue one, the 5-book series.
I got you. Sorry.
Yeah, I don't have any of the black covers left except for my personal copy, and I won't be releasing that one.
That one, yeah.
Yeah, those are that's when it was a 5-book series. Those are completely out of print, and that exact book that he's got in his hand, I will be giving an autographed copy of that away when we hit 1,000, and we'll set something up with the
read it and weep, gentlemen.
we'll set something up with the the randomizer that we've got on Nightbot to do the giveaway on that. Mr. Chef Yoda says, Leon, do you have a group that goes out to do research of the cryptids when you hear reports, or do you do it all on your own?
I started off on my own. Got in a couple of scary places. I did the mistake of letting my wife know that something freaked me out, and then that was it. Don't go on your own again. You take someone with you. Yeah, I don't go on my own anymore. I ever bring my son with me, who's a big galah, and he's a good cameraman. And he's, I have a couple of mates that come with me, Sean and Spiro. They're into it, but yeah, I really do not go on it. If I go on my own, it's in broad daylight, and I've been there before, but I very seldom do that. All the night videos that are on mine, there's always a group of us. But yeah, I wouldn't. I would try very hard not to go on my own.
I went into the land between the lakes by myself, and my wife, God love her, what she said was just really cracked me up. She looked at me and she goes, "When you go in there and you get attacked, you better hope they kill you, because if they don't, I will."
Yeah, I more or less got that.
I had to look it up because I couldn't remember. But when you quote your wife, for some reason, I think of Bubble on Absolutely Fabulous. Does she look anything like her?
Absolutely. Well, let me think. I can't think what that.
Yeah, I can't think of that one.
On AbFab?
I never watched that.
Oh my gosh.
No,
one of the best shows ever. It has Jennifer Saunders in it. And
oh God, yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah.
that goofy secretary. You sound just like her when you quote your wife.
Oh no, she'd kill me if she heard it.
Oh.
But no, she's a good girl. She has to be putting up with me. Bloody hell.
That's what I say about my wife. And she's got the patience of a saint to deal with me for all the time.
I tell people about my husband all the time. He has to have I have to have the patience of a saint to put up with him all the time.
Mrs. Chef Yoda says, do you have a website where you put up your videos of your research expeditions? That would be the YouTube channel, wouldn't it?
That would be my channel, yeah.
Okay, I will put that up again. Yeah, his YouTube channel has all his videos on it. If you want to check that out, that's where that's at right there. You can just go to YouTube and put in the search bar, Do It Noel's Way, and it'll take you right to it. Irene says, have to say goodnight. 6 a.m. comes early. Well, Irene, thank you for being here. Have a good night.
I had to grab something caffeinated. The water was not doing it, my friends.
Oh, that's a good question. Toothaking says, Leon, has anything cryptid related ever followed you home?
No, definitely not.
That's a plus. I don't mind.
The wife.
You don't mind.
Does she look like her? You said.
Mm-hmm. Oh, lovely lady.
Yes, you don't mind.
I trailed off. I forgot what I was going to say.
Okay.
I do that a lot.
I tried to keep you on track, but some trains can't be kept on the rails.
Yeah, I derail easily.
All right, Cannonball. Has anything paranormal ever followed you home?
Me,
not cryptid, but
well, I have had some run-ins paranormal wise, ghosts. I've seen a spirit. I've seen a shadow person. Well, it wasn't really a full person. It was probably about, where's the camera? About this shoulder and an arm. And that's when I was a little kid. I could tell you about it if you want to hear it.
Sure, absolutely.
Of course.
Because I just wanted to derail us again. It felt good.
Well,
You asked
when
about
I-
my wife. Let me show you that real quick. That's my wife. That's when I was still a deputy.
But yeah, going back to the shadow person thing, when we had our family business that was on about before, when my dad and my uncle was delivering, we had a building in town in Blackpool, and it's hard to explain what it was. It was like a corner plot, and there was like 4 terraced houses down one side and 6 down the other, and then a big flat roof built over it. So you had old terraced houses that were over 800-year old that had all been knocked into one big building, basically. So there was like 8 or 9 houses within this building, and when I was a kid, my parents divorced, and my father moved up into the Blackpool area, and I lived in the Manchester area. So every weekend I would go up and see my dad, and on a Saturday I would go to work with him. And in this building, he had a lot of guys who worked with him, and I'd be running around like an excited 8-year-old, because there was beds and things to hide in and jump around and everything. And the lads that worked there would say, "Let's go and have a game of hide and seek." And it was their idea to get rid of me for like 10 minutes. So I would go and hide, and they would like go and have a fag up. Not a fag. It's a cigarette, not a fag. I'll not go there again. Go and have a cigarette and get rid of me for a while. So one day they set me up to go and hide, and in the building, like I said, all these houses were all knocked together into little rooms, and we had a room that was called the 3-foot mattress room. So if you can imagine a normal sized bedroom with mattresses all stood on their end all the way around the walls. And one of my things what I used to do is pull the mattresses apart. They're all brand new, these are all in plastic, and pull it apart and squeeze in the gap and let it close in front of me so they couldn't find me. So like I said, they give me the thumbs up to go and hide, and I shut off upstairs. And as I pulled the mattresses apart to get in, this hand just come like that from nowhere, just a black hand and a arm, and I just totally lost it. So it was about, like I say, I was about 8 years old. Ran back downstairs, and they were all stood at the front door having a cigarette, and I'm like a gibbering wreck, like, "Oh, I've just seen this," and they turned around, looked at me, and started laughing because I'd wet myself and I didn't even realise what I'd done. Well, that was one of the freakiest things I've ever seen, and it's never ever left my mind. If you can imagine seeing something like that, that doesn't go away easy. But yeah, it was just this. It was like an arm and a hand, and it just come out to try and grab my face.
It's terrifying.
Yeah,
I would have been terrified as well.
At that age, yeah.
I'd have been an 8-year-old in full cardiac arrest.
Oh, no, it was a very freaky building, very strange building.
I'm 45 years old. I would myself now if that happened.
I would, but yeah, it was. It was a weird bit. It's knocked down now. They knocked the building down and built flats on top of it. I wouldn't like to own one of those flats, one of those apartments.
No
chance, because there was really strange things going on in there. Very weird.
Speaking of that, Meg, I don't think it was a demon, but I used to live in California years ago. And we had a living room that faced 2 hallways that kind of also then turned. It was like a partition wall between the living room and the kitchen, but it also continued off into 2 hallways. Well, I would constantly see out of my periphery, it looked like somebody was walking out of the hallways into the kitchen periodically when I'd be watching TV. Little did I know that every single one of my family members also saw this, but we never told each other because, you write it off like, oh, that was just a shadow or, not a big deal. Well, once we all started telling each other about it, we started getting freaked out. And then my mom one night, my dad worked for the railroads. So he'd have like weird hours and be gone for like a day and a half and come back. And thought that he was climbing into bed and telling her goodnight and was leaning over her. It didn't say anything, but just thought it was him and looked up at him and kind of just shook her head, rolled over into my dad in bed. She snapped back around and whatever this was gone, but it was full on right there. Not enough to get details, but she could clearly see someone standing over her. Yeah, and we saw some weird things in that house. I had a few really weird EVPs in that house that did not like my brother at all. Was very antagonistic towards him. I wish I still had him, but I lost the recorder that I had them all on because this was back in the 90s. I didn't have the convenience of a cloud at the time to upload everything to back it up. But yeah, that house was something else. There were some rumors on what happened before we moved in, but I could never corroborate them. So I try not to say, "Oh, well, this happened," but if it did, it was pretty horrific.
You can't say, "Well, this is just a rumor," but
well, the rumor was that because we were renting the place, the owner's nephew had killed his two kids. His wife were duct taped to a wall and then killed himself.
Oh, it's a good rumor.
So it's another reason I don't really like saying it, just because it's extremely horrific. But it lined up with a lot of the EVPs that I got, and I found out the story after the fact. So it's probably true, but she wouldn't tell me yes or no. A friend of mine who was in her family had told me, but every time I asked her about it, she was like, no, I don't, that didn't really happen. He did kill them, but it was somewhere else, and it was this whole thing. But I think she was just dodging because we lived there. Yeah.
That's pretty horrifying to think about.
Yeah. Yeah. It's scary.
Yeah, I mean, not even just on a paranormal level, just on that's a horrifying thing. Lots of crazy in this world.
I've also got another sighting I had in that same building years ago. I'm trying to think when it was, because as the business began to shut down, we began to shut the building down room by room and showroom by showroom, and put visqueen plastic up and things to move all the stock closer to the front door, like. Just wait. And it was one Saturday, me and my missus, we were looking after the shop, and a young couple came in, about my age at the time, so they would have been in the mid-20s. And as this couple came in the shop, they said, "Oh, we're all right to have a look round." I said, "Yeah, you have a look round." And then I lost sight of them. Now, because the building had been all shut down and made smaller, wherever they'd gone past signs saying staff only, don't go up through here. So I went to have a look around in the building and found them coming down some stairs at the back of our old building. And I said, "Look, you shouldn't be behind here. If you fall over something, this, that, and the other." And he said, "Oh, I just wanted to check the buildings at the front here." I said, "Oh, well, you're very brave." I said, "Because it's haunted, this place. I'm surprised you haven't seen anything." And he looked at me and he said, "What have you seen? Because that at the front of your shop, on which was called George Street, them 4 houses, one of those houses in the middle was his great grandfather's house, and he lived in it in 1890 or whatever it was, and he wanted to see the house itself, thinking it was still all intact inside, but we'd ripped all the walls out and everything." And he said, getting back to it, he said, "What have you seen if it's a ghost?" And I just said, all I saw was this gentleman leaning down. He picked something up and he put something on a shelf that wasn't there. And he said, and he looked at me, give a bit of a smirk. "What did he look like?" And I said, "Well, he had old-fashioned bib and braces, which are a bit like dungarees, but white." looking type thing. I said he had a big handlebar mustache and white hair. So as I'm telling him this, his eyes start like welling up, and he starts crying, and he said to me, "That's his great granddad. That's exactly what he looked like."
Really?
Yeah, and I was like, "Really? Like, yeah?" He said, "No, that's really what he looked like." And his great granddad was a conjurer, because the town that the shop is in Blackpool, and that's what I was saying before. It's like the Vegas of the North, so there were shows on all the time. So he was a conjurer in the show, and I've tried to look him up. Obviously, there's going to be no. Well, there might be photographs of him, but I'm trying to find some old billings, that used to put outside of theaters and things like that.
Mm-hmm.
But I can't find anything on him. But I just found it strange that as soon as I give this description of this guy, he knew exactly who it was he was talking about.
Those encounters are always the most profound, because you can't just say, "Oh, well, maybe that was a trick of my eyes." Someone is literally saying you saw something that really existed, and it hits you on a deeper level.
Yeah, it was a split second. Like I say, it was just someone picking something up, putting it down, and I just saw him, and then to give that description to someone who knew. Well, he didn't know who it was because it was his great granddad, but he knew who I was talking about, and then his house is actually within the confines of that building. So it does make you think about things.
Oh. What does that say? Hang on.
Boyfriend's deceased wife. To turn the flashlight on, and it did. So she had a similar experience where she had someone and her ex-boyfriend's deceased wife to turn a flashlight on and off, and it was.
That's interesting. I lived in an old farmhouse that sometimes the lights would just go bonkers. It'd start flashing on and off. The overhead light would come on, the lamps would go off, the kitchen light would come on, and they would just start doing that. And all of a sudden, and I would take it for about 30 seconds, then I'd say, "Stop!" And it did.
Oh.
Every time.
You yelled loud enough for the power company to hear you.
I yelled loud enough for people the next state over to hear me. It would freak me out so bad. But every time when I would, I couldn't take it anymore, and I'd yell, "Stop!" It would stop.
That effect is always worse when you're a fan of Supernatural, because that was always like a precursor to something happening in the show, was the light flicker. And every time our lights flicker, I'm like, "Oh man, here we go. Get a bag of salt."
I love it.
Yeah, well, I was at my son's house to see my new grandchild, and they have a light in their kitchen that when it doesn't like what you're saying, it goes out. It just starts flickering if somebody's like being mouthy or one of the kids is being unruly, and the light goes out. And when things calm down, it comes back on. And it's one of several lights in the ceiling. It's not like it's a lone light. It's part of a
right.
And so lights are a strange thing.
Yeah. They say it has something to do with the spirits, and it makes sense because, you really break it down scientifically. They say that energy never ceases to exist. It always persists. Even so, theoretically, then after you die, your energy has to go somewhere. We are powered by, like a bioelectric force. So where does that go? It doesn't just go out. So it kind of makes sense, when you break it down scientifically, that they would be able to interact with like EM fields or electric fields of some kind.
Yeah. It would make perfect sense. Oh my goodness. I actually had an experience in a house when I was about 14 that belonged to my brother, that the doors would open and shut upstairs, and um, um, and after about 20 minutes of running back upstairs to figure out what doors were shutting and opening on their own, I freaked out, and I was downstairs at my brother's house watching his dog, and I put away I was shooting pool, and I put everything away, and I came upstairs thinking I'm going home, and as I came around the corner into the living room, the TV shut itself off. And the interesting thing about that is I'd never heard it until I went into the living room and it was playing. And this was before people had remote controls. This was back when you got up and crossed the room to turn on the TV and turn it off. There was no one in the house but me. And that would fall into that whole electric current thing.
Yeah.
When I was
We
a
had
kid,
kind
I
of a
had remote control.
You were the remote control. Yep, me too. I had a weird experience today. My son's biological father passed away last year, and we had him cremated. And because my son's not quite 14, we wanted to leave up to him, what he does with his cremains. And so we have them, in the plastic box inside a cardboard box, that came from the crematorium. And so, he's been kind of procrastinating. He hasn't picked out an urn yet or anything like this. And he's got a good sense of humor, and so he'll joke about different things that his dad says, and not really make fun of his dad, but there'll be jokes. So we were just kind of joking around about how his dad's cremains are now in my wife's closet. It's like, great, your dad's in my closet, and and I was like, I need you to get your dad out of my closet and this kind of stuff. And so we were just kind of having a laugh over it.
Yeah, the dad needs to come out of the closet, definitely.
That's where we were going with it. Like, your dad needs to come out of the closet. And so Andrew goes into his room, and he's playing video games, and we're sitting in the living room. He comes out, and he goes, "Why'd you leave the water on?" And we're like, "What water?" He goes, "The sink in your bathroom is on full power. It's almost over. Yeah, if it weren't for the little emergency drain, it would have overspilled onto the floor. Nobody's in the bathroom. None of us have been there. And this is, I don't live in like a Victorian house or anything. This is an apartment built like 10 years ago. It's not any kind of a legacy home of any kind." And Rachel and I just kind of looked at each other, and she looks at me and she goes, "It was Tim. It was Ted." And I just changed the subject. I didn't want to think about it.
Yeah, it's a little too much information. This is my exit on the information highway there.
Mm-hmm.
So have you had any other experiences, Leon?
No, I'm trying to think. On the paranormal side, the ghost side, no, not at all. No, but those two are enough for me, especially the one with that hand.
Oh my God! Yeah.
I can see that.
Yeah, that's probably going to give me nightmares tonight.
Yeah, I had plenty of them over the years with it.
I can imagine.
But I keep thinking of going down to where they built the apartments and trying to speak to them and try and make some kind of video there to try and do a bit of a ghost hunting session. But it's like I said before, trying to speak to people in England about things like that, it's like banging your head on a brick wall. And most people don't want to really know.
Yeah,
that's everywhere though.
Yeah, but they have this whole stiff upper lip thing in England where they think that if they're talking about it, they're emoting a little too much. Yeah. And
yeah.
In America, if you get somebody drunk enough, they'll talk about anything.
Sometimes even without getting them drunk.
I was going to say, even without getting
drunk. Yeah, I don't drink, and you know how much I talk.
Oh, yeah.
Our mouth tends to get us in quite a bit of trouble here in America.
Mm-hmm.
Often.
Okay. Yeah, that filter that most people have in their brain that says you shouldn't say that, mine either doesn't work or doesn't exist.
But
I had to train myself to have one.
That was the admission ticket onto the boat from England when we left. We had to get rid of our filter.
Yeah. They got rid of the loud mouths and the criminals.
Yeah.
like the joke. There was a guy went into the Australian embassy. He says, "I'd like a visa to visit Australia." And the other guy behind the desk says, "Well, do you have a criminal background?" He goes, "I wasn't aware that was still a requirement."
I knew that was coming.
Oh man.
Botany Bay.
Yeah.
Meg says, I saw a pig-headed man form audibly and visually. Sounds funny, but it was not. I would imagine that would have been a underwear changing moment, I'm sure. Well, how about we do a $5 card giveaway for tonight? I have one remaining before I have to order some more, so let's do a $5 card giveaway, which ironically is just enough to buy one of my books on Kindle if you don't have it. But it's $5 from Amazon that you can use any way you like. Okay, let's see. Okay,
well, do we want to specify the
correct?
Yeah.
The first person that types out the answer will be selected by the bot. The bot has is set up to select the winner of this. The answer needs to be typed.
It's
random?
It's not the first person.
Okay, it's random.
So
okay, so everybody that answers
the bot will answer. Okay.
Out of everybody that answers, the bot will randomly select one person. The answer needs to be typed, no caps, and without any spaces. So, like, if it was, Steve Monrotus, it would be Steve with no space Monrotus. STEVMORNROTUS. Just no spaces. You don't need to use caps either. So just type out the answer without spaces, without caps. Having said that, okay. You guys ready? Do you want to type that in?
Okay, go. Oh, not me?
No, I was going to type I hope everybody heard that because I wasn't going to type it into the chat. Or do you think I should?
The requirements?
I think they've got it.
Okay.
Basically, just if you have once the answer starts coming out, you can type the answer in chat. No spaces, caps doesn't matter, and only type it once.
Yeah, if you type it more than once, it'll disqualify you. So just type it once.
And then once DA is ready, we'll run it, and we'll pick a winner.
Okay, everybody ready? Okay. Remember, caps are optional. All one word, no spaces. What is the subtitle of Book 2 of the Apex Predator series? Werewolf and I have a similar problem. I have the right to remain silent when not the ability.
Yeah. Run away.
Patty says she has a legit problem having a no filter.
What I lack is the capacity.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. All rights aside, if you can't do it, you can't do it.
Juanita says too hard. All you got to do is go to Amazon and look up the answer.
Well, yeah, look it up, and then once people start typing it in, you could follow suit.
Yeah,
because it's the random.
Yeah, it'll be a random selection. It doesn't have to be the first person.
Go and Google it.
Yeah,
Googly.
Apex Predator Book 2 is called.
Bum bum bum.
Remember, all one word, no spaces. We're giving you a clue there. It clearly has more than one word. That's a little bit of a clue. Hey, everyone, get on the train. Good
Come
job.
on, that's a bunch of Ghibli.
Ghibli.
Come on, talking Ghibli.
All right. Miss Chef Yoda's got it right. So if everyone wants to start putting in, and we'll get it spun up here.
Yeah, Josh just saved everybody a bunch of Googling time by saying, yeah, that one's right. Yeah, just copy that answer.
Well,
Right now, you got a
she was
50-50
right.
chance of being the one picked. Your odds are going to go down fast if people jump on this wagon.
Just because I said it doesn't mean they're going to do it.
True.
Because we've only gotten one more.
All right.
Lanita, almost.
You're
so
98% of the way there.
You're a letter short.
Try again.
It's like a story about werecows.
I'm a werecow.
There, cow.
Blood moo.
I'm a werecow used to be one of my favorite songs on Dr. Demento.
Oh, I love Dr. Demento. That was the best.
Oh.
Yes, and I loved I'm a werecow.
Also, we should probably specify I before it happens, this has to be entered in on YouTube.
Yeah, it has to be entered on YouTube because that's where the only place the bot works. So
Yep.
if you're on Facebook, we'll give you a couple minutes to pop over to the YouTube channel, hit like and subscribe while you're there, and in the ring, hit the little bell, and enter it into the YouTube chat because otherwise the bot won't detect you. For some reason, Facebook does not play well with the bot.
They are
Facebook
not
doesn't
friends.
play well with anyone.
Yeah, get on that subscribe button. We want to get this train up to 1,000.
Apparently, the bot posted something Facebook didn't agree with, and it got banned for 30 days.
I've been to Facebook jail.
Yep.
Bot has been fact checked.
I have not, but I've had several Facebook warnings like, "Hey, that was borderline. Don't do that again."
You get enough of those, you go to jail.
That's right.
All right.
Get the face was like, "Oi, shut it!"
Well,
I
while
wanna
we're
get-
waiting,
Oh, yeah, go
Steve,
ahead.
speaking of "Oi, shut it,"
Oh,
that's
There's
Rich too. The guy who used to go "Dibbidi-dibbidi-dibbidi," the guy on the far right. He's from Nottingham, England.
Ah,
Oh yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah,
It was my old department.
he's a great guy.
I can't. There aren't many people I'd rather have in a fight. Oh my God, that guy's strong as a bull.
Oh, yeah. He's funny. He's always got a smile on his face.
Lanita, have you retyped your answer yet?
Not yet. And a couple people who have been active haven't put their answer in yet. I'm giving them just a moment to get it in.
Run the countdown.
Yep.
Well, we can give them a few minutes and talk about other subjects, and then
Yep.
do it at we'll do the drawing at straight up the 3 hour mark, which is about 8 minutes away. So you've got about 7 or 8 minutes to get that in.
Yay. Lanita got
And
it in.
we'll talk about a few things until the top of the hour, and that's when we'll give it away. So go ahead, Josh.
I was gonna say, and if you've put it in, don't put it in again.
Don't put it in
kick you out.
twice. It'll kick you out.
Yeah, it will, and it'll publicly shame you. It'll call you a cheater and put your picture up in the middle of the screen and point
Put
left.
you in the bloody stocks, mate. Throw rotten tomatoes at you.
Oh God,
That's
I'm
too
so
funny.
hungry for fried green tomatoes.
That's
I
so
always thought it
wrong.
was funny watching those movies about medieval times, and they put somebody in stocks and everybody's throwing produce at them. I'm like, these people were starving, so they're going to throw their
Yes.
fruits and vegetables.
I always think,
that.
bring out your dad.
Yeah.
I'm not dead yet. Oh, shut up, baby. Stone dead in a moment.
I was
He's
waiting.
beating
I was wondering how long it would take for you to get there.
Oh my God,
man.
we will get
go
on
for a
that.
walk.
We will go into quoting that every night at work, and my wife could not stand Monty Python, but she loves
Oh,
that sketch. And yeah, we'll start off with that. You know, the patient's like, I'm gonna die, and then one of us, will be like, I'm not dead yet. I'm getting better. Look at me, I'm happy.
Do us a favor.
oh man,
Yeah.
Life of Brian, I like that one. That's
Oh, that
great.
one's
that's a good one too.
Oh my
Yeah.
God, yes.
Are there any men, any women here? No. And they were all women with fake beards.
Yeah. Well, nipple chips. Get them while they're hot.
Great
Was
movie.
it
I love Monty
Life of
Python.
Brian where they were singing the sperm song?
No, that's Meaning of Life.
Meaning of Life. Oh my God. I remember when I heard
Every
that.
sperm is sacred. Every
Yes.
sperm is great. Every sperm is wasted. God gets quite irate. I don't know the rest. It suddenly starts raining.
Oh man.
I always like the bits in the little side bits in Monty Python, the Holy Grail, the little animated ones, and they ate Sir Robin's minstrels, and there was much rejoicing. Yay!
Yeah. Or the bit about firing the animators.
Oh yeah.
Those responsible for the credits have been sacked.
Yes. Hello and welcome to the middle of the film.
And the end was so like with the present day like investigators and stuff. I'm like,
Right.
wait, what?
That's what irritated my wife so badly when she watched it, because that comes on with the constable, and she goes, "What? That's the ending? I just wasted 2 hours of my life, and I'll never get it back."
Oh,
Yeah, it does help that the pythons were, high, the entire time that they were doing the film. I know Graham Chapman alone, I don't think was sober to the entire time they were making the film.
No, he had some demons.
Yeah, he did.
best funeral in the history of mankind, though.
His eulogy
Oh, yeah.
from John Cleese was the best.
Especially
Yes.
when he shouts.
Yes.
Was it Eric Idle that made at his funeral that made fun of the fact that Graham was always late, and they were talking about how he'll be there in about another 15 minutes or whatever it was.
Yeah. I think
It was so. But yeah, John Cleese's eulogy was absolutely amazing.
you can get John Cleese on Cameo to say happy birthday to you. I'm going to find out how much it'll cost to have him do my eulogy. 'Cause I just thought that was the best eulogy I ever saw in my entire life. I mean, it's the only time in my ever that I get on YouTube and look up a eulogy because it makes me laugh. Oh,
What's that? Chevy Chase in the UK when he hits the... Oh, right, yeah.
My wife and I occasionally
See
will
Eric
break
Idle?
into the if it weighs as much as a duck, she's made of wood and therefore a witch. Who are you who is so wise in the ways of science?
Oh my gosh.
That and the system of government.
Yeah. Watery tarts, lobbing scimitars is not a what was I can't remember. Watery tarts, lobbing scimitars is not a foundation of government.
Not the basis for a system of government.
Yeah.
I know I use I didn't vote for you a lot.
Must be some sort of king. How do you know? He hasn't got shit all over him.
All over him. Yeah.
I knew it wouldn't take long for us to get here.
Now go away before I taunt you a second time.
Thought in your general direction.
Had somebody new drop in. Ivy Ray said, "Howdy, y'all."
Howdy.
How's it going,
Yeah.
Ivy?
I feel sorry for anyone who drops in at the 3-hour mark, because that's by the time we're being
That's where
descend into madness.
the descent into madness happens pretty fast.
And that's usually about my limit, and tonight's no exception.
Add the music track. That's
Homer Simpson in a clown car going round and round.
That's a great question.
Ivy Ray says, DA, what is the Ragnarok series about? Is it still cryptids or science fiction? Neither. It's actually a zombie series with a Norse twist. So it's kind of my own take on the zombie apocalypse.
It's really,
on Ragnarok.
really good.
Yeah, it involves Ragnarok. So there's a lot of Norse mythology blended in.
But if you're fans of the cryptid series, it's in the same universe.
It all ties in.
Yep, shared universe. Mm-hmm.
Alrighty then. And on that, I think, gentlemen, I am going to say goodnight to you.
You don't want to stick around for the giveaway?
Spin it up.
Okay, I'll stay for the giveaway, and then.
Well, we'll do it real quick. So we're going to go ahead and run the giveaway. Make sure everyone's got their answers in. If you missed it and you can find the answers real quick and put it in, you can get it in. But if not, I'm going to run it here in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Looks like Chris Miller is the giveaway.
All right.
Ooh.
Chris Miller, if you will contact me either through Facebook Messenger or at this email address. Let me find it real fast. There it is. If you contact me at this email address, I will email you or message you a $5 gift card from Amazon, which incidentally will also purchase one of my Kindle edition books or anything else you want to purchase. It's a $5 Amazon card, good for anything you want to use it for.
Congratulations, Chris Miller.
Congratulations.
Yay. Go, Chris.
Golf claps.
Yeah, that's what a golf clap sounds like.
I could have done this.
Or not. You could not
Any louder.
Like you're mixing mac and cheese.
Oh,
It's
dear
hard
God.
to do with the beard now. It used to be a lot easier.
Well, I don't have one. I can do it.
My wife's in the next room. She's going to think what I'm doing so naughty knuckle shuffle.
I've never heard it called that.
In the jail, we used to refer to it as roughing up the suspect.
Oh,
We used to catch inmates doing it all the time.
Oh. Okay, you made me
On
laugh
that
to the
note.
point that I can't breathe. I've got to go.
Naoma, you have a great night.
You too. It was great meeting you, Leon.
Great, yeah.
The rest of you guys, try not to do the knuckle shuffle, okay?
Hey, don't judge me.
I don't want to know about it if you do.
wow.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
Take care. Goodbye.
See, I've offended it. Mine, I'll wash it any way I want to.
Mom says I would use it on a big bag of M&Ms only because I like to buy paperback copies.
I've been actually I've been buying your paperbacks and the Kindle copies because I like having the paperbacks on the shelf, but I find I read faster on the Kindle. So here's more money. Take my money.
Yeah. Well, I've run out of shelf space, unfortunately. You know, when I have a very rare edition of book 2 of the original printing of Ragnarok laying horizontally on the shelf because I've got nowhere to go with it. Yeah, that's.
I'm on the Patreon. I'm thinking of adding on the Nightmare Hunter level. I'm thinking about adding alpha reader status.
Oh,
cool.
That would be cool. That'd be cool. So if y'all want to read his books early and give some
As they're being
feedback,
written.
Yeah. No, like literal damn near, segmented updates and help him shape, give your feedback in live time. That's the way to do it.
I think I may go back and add that to the Nightmare Hunter level.
And if I remember correctly, you can also put yourself in the books in the Nightmare Hunter level too.
Yes, you can. You can become a character and actually choose the book.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. You know, and I mean, on a side note, for me to get to be in the books, it took many dinners and nights of scotch. So it's a lot cheaper than buying him scotch. Just saying.
Scotch.
Among other things.
South
South Boston's.
We had to pay for 15-year-old scotch to get this damn book. What the hell? Among other things. Oh, Lord.
That's fun.
And Chris just contacted me through my author page, and I'm sending him the code as we speak.
Very nice.
Sweet.
Did you get a chance, since you were talking about Dogman? Sorry, I missed most of the show. I was my girlfriend has decided to watch all of the Marvel movies with me, so we're doing a watch through of 25 plus movies. So when she says it's time for another movie, I don't question it. I go, okay, we're gonna sit down and watch it. So I missed a good chunk of the first half. Did you get a chance to show Leon? Since you're talking about Dogman, did you show him your photos?
No, I did not. Went and talked about that. About 2 years ago, Steve and I went to a place. It's an abandoned campground. The Army Corps of Engineers shut it down after some disappearances happened in and around the park. It's a place called the Joe Bald Recreation Area. You can still get into it, but it's completely overgrown. Some of the old campsites are still there, but the concrete's busted up, and it's just thick woods now. And we went down there to shoot a promotional video for my book, The Lakeview Man, while I was still writing it, just to kind of get some interest and show people one of the locations in the book. Well, we shot the video, didn't see anything, got in the van, and went into Branson and ate dinner. Fast forward about a year later, which was about 9 months ago.
Sounds about right.
We showed that video on an episode of a show called The Nightmare Hunter. And a guy that was watching the show wound up becoming a pretty good friend of ours afterwards. He goes by Dream, but his name is Thomas Whitney. He said, "Hey guys, I saw something move behind one of those trees," and I wore bifocals. I'm like, I don't see nothing. He's like, "No, I'm telling you." I'm telling you, something moved behind that tree. So Josh and Adam Shepard, if he's listening, went through the video, and they slowed down that section, isolated it, and found out something like you can see here, there was something definitely behind the tree. We went back to the location in the daylight, and there's nothing in that next to that tree that it could be. This is a shot, actual still from the video. You can see something poking out from behind that tree.
Yeah.
And when he isolated it, you can actually see the hand on the tree and the head.
You see the fingers there.
Mm-hmm. And the black and white version, you can really see it sticking out.
Mm.
Let me see if I've got
it. It what's cool is on the video, when you watch it, Steve kind of pans kind of across that bridge and then back, and it's actually on the back pan. You see that little in from this distance, you see that kind of triangle shaped head. You can actually see it drop behind the tree in full movement, and it's terrifying.
There's another image of it. You can actually kind of see it's like a canine looking face.
Well, the one that MK Davis pulled out, the one that scares me.
Let me see if
I didn't get to see that one.
It was literally a rough thing he pulled out in like 5 minutes as we were talking about it. And
MK has gotten real good at going through bad quality film.
Well, considering we were shooting it with a cell phone that was a couple generations old in the middle of the dark with a flashlight, I am not a cameraman. You know, he's like, "You want to help me shoot the scary promo in the woods? Okay. I'll feed you afterwards. Okay."
And see, Adam and I were not expecting to see anything. We were expecting to see maybe once we cleaned it up, like a bush or something. And
Right.
Adam sent me that one over where you can clearly see the claws at the end. And he's like, yeah, I'm never going to Joe Bald ever. Check this out. And my heart sunk when I saw that. I wasn't even there. I'm just helping clean up the video. And then I sent it to DA, and DA was like, didn't
Yeah.
respond for quite a while. He read it and nothing. And then a while back, he goes, oh my God. Yeah. It's
I'll have to
interesting.
hold that up and have a look at it myself.
Well, the actual first run video is still on my YouTube channel. And Josh, I'm going to send you the image that MK did. See if you can blow it up.
It's
because
pinned to the top of his YouTube page. You gonna send it on Facebook or?
Yeah.
Okay. You want me to make it bigger?
Yeah. See if you can blow it up because I tried and it didn't. I suck, but
I can use a AI enlarger to increase the size. It'll keep it clean.
What makes that video so funny is you could probably not find two bigger Luddites on the planet than the two of us. And I love it when you'll see something, oh, it's got to be fake. They're like, we're idiots.
Yeah, and the fact they had no clue for over a year that it was even there. And even after that, it took us, me and Adam didn't hear about the movement for a little while after that. They had heard about it, and then I caught a show one time where they were talking about it, and I was like, well, we can take a look at it and see. And that's when we were like, oh yeah, I don't like that at all.
Very twitchy.
Well, considering the fact that I had peed in the woods very close to that tree.
Very antagonizing him.
Yeah, set him off.
Well, that's what happens when you take a diabetic into the woods.
Steve, when you peed in the woods, it's a miracle this didn't happen.
True. What probably happened is that thing got in the area to see what it was, and they're like, "Not too much sugar."
That's a creepy one.
That fella doesn't look like he's having a good day.
No. Yeah, that's something that the Dark Angel medical kit will not fix.
Yeah, well, we went back to the area in the daylight and found the exact tree and estimated that to be about 8.5 feet off the ground, and it was leaning out. So, for perspective, a human next to an 8 or 10 foot dog man.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I'm
equals out to a bad day
tall.
for us idiots. I had a Glock 17 on me at the time. I was a deputy sheriff, still a deputy when we did that, and I was loaded, and Steve was carrying a baby Glock, and I don't think we could have stopped it. Plus, there was eye shine in several places around us in the video.
Yeah, we weren't alone.
Yeah.
I had 10 rounds of 40 caliber ammunition on me. DA had a little bit more in 9mm, but yeah, we were screwed. Yeah. Assuming it wasn't supernatural and obeyed the normal laws of ballistics, we were still screwed.
Yeah. Yeah, that would have been
screwed. I'd have had a Swiss Army knife, and that's it.
Yeah, not good. Very bad.
Yeah, I need to have Josh do a new version of the slow-mo video and get it to me so I can get it uploaded.
We plan to. It's on the corkboard of multiple things to do.
I would love to see any of the books made into movies. We're trying to put together the financing where I can get cameramen and people to actually do the parts. But we want to put together about a 15-minute pitch video. And Netflix and HBO and Amazon Prime are all accepting pitch videos from people with new concepts. And I've got to get together some people that can actually make a film better than I can make with my cell phone and camera, because that's about the best it gets for me. And we've got to put together about a 15-minute pitch video and see what happens.
Apparently Netflix is taking anything and everything. The guy Ryan George, he does like the Screen Rant videos where he like the pitch videos for movies and pokes fun at them.
Mm-hmm.
He did one on Netflix where he was basically making fun of the fact that they accept any and all things. All you have to do is email the producers and they'll be like, yeah, sure, let's just bring it on board.
Send them 10 million, see what happens.
I mean, because really, it's a good model. You throw 50 shows at a wall, see what sticks.
Yeah, some of them are bound to stick.
Yeah. They've got enough money to do it.
Bobfoot asked a pretty good question there, DA. You want to field that? It's on the bottom of what's displaying on the screen right now.
Okay, I see it. Codename Wild Hunt series, is Gray Eagle like a dogman or werewolf, or is he based on something else I'm aware of? Him and all of the others that in the Apex Predator series, if you haven't read those, are what's known as the Hotametaneo. They're Native American dog soldiers. They're able to change forms because of Native American magic. You can look up dog soldiers. They were Native American warriors that were basically the elite of the tribe, and there are some versions of the story where they said the best of them could change forms, and I built off that legend.
Basically, it's like Lakota Special Forces.
Basically, yeah.
Yeah.
Mrs. Chef Yoda says that would be cool to see your books on film. We need more diversity in movies. All they're doing is remakes. The Avenger Marvel movies are getting old.
Oh, that's subjective.
Well, at this point, I was a comic fan, but I was one of those kids who couldn't actually afford to buy the comics. So I didn't follow a lot of titles. They're starting to get into properties now that I'm not familiar with. And so, they're like, oh, we're going to be doing such and such. Like, yay, who's that?
Yeah.
It doesn't.
Well,
once they got past the end game,
They're still doing some big ones yet. They got the Doctor Strange and Spider-Man stuff coming up. Carnage is coming up. They're going to be doing She-Hulk. They're bringing Daredevil and Kingpin back from Netflix into the MCU. They're bringing some of the bigger names back still.
You want to impress me? Give the Punisher the War Machine armor.
Holy crap. That sounds dangerous.
Totally badass.
Mrs. Chef Yoda says an actual movie called Dog Soldiers set in Scotland wilderness. Yeah, we were talking about that earlier.
Great
but the Native American legend, the Native American dog soldiers are very different. But Dog Soldiers is a great movie. They're actually making a sequel to that, and I can't wait.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm still
Chris
waiting
Willis
to see the original.
Chris Miller says, well, now I have all your books on my Kindle. Woohoo! Awesome. Thank you, man.
That's awesome.
Okay.
Fantastic.
DA, I'm going to email that photo to you.
Bob Fitz says, oh, DA, I got my local library to get some of your books. Awesome. Thank you. Yeah, if you're anybody out there, if you contact your local library, they will pick up books, and they are available for libraries.
Actually, I noticed a donation at ours too. I was going to start every couple weeks taking over 2 or 3 of them and getting them over there. Yeah.
Well, the library here in Springfield, my wife's little sister just asked them if they would get my books, and they pretty much got them all.
Oh, wow.
That's awesome.
They just requested them.
I did see that there are some secondhand bookstores reselling some of your books online. Not expensively either. They're like $13 to $15. I mean, you get them brand new for that price. But yeah, I thought that was kind of interesting.
I saw one online bookstore that had the book we're going to give away at the 1,000 subscribers. Book 1, the blue cover, the out of print one. They had a copy of that they were selling for over $700. I was like,
I probably
holy
didn't
crap.
sell.
Yeah, I doubt it did.
I sent that to your email, your .net.
Okay.
That's that upscaled one.
Yeah, the covers on the original run of Ragnarok is pretty cool. I like the artwork you had there.
I'm hopefully can get a hold of DA's cover guy. Hopefully to do a cover for mine too when it's done.
Yeah. Oh, I love the art on the new stuff. I think one of my favorite covers is the first
Josh,
Codename
that's the
Wild
same
Hunt.
size.
Oh, it's bigger.
What? Are you sure? Because I've got this one.
It may look the same because it's it's got to fit the screen. Do you want me to zoom in?
Yes, zoom in.
Oh, I upscaled the image to a higher resolution is all I did.
Oh, okay. It looks identical to the one I already had.
I mean, technically it is. It's just upscaled, so you can zoom in further.
Okay.
I got you.
I can't zoom in on here.
I misunderstood. Stand by for dumbness.
And we're still sober.
Yes.
That's the sad part.
Yeah, usually he makes these mistakes when he gets a half a horn in.
I'm still sad. I was gonna go to town today and buy another bottle of mead, and we ended up not going to town. So no horns for me tonight.
Mead. My plans for my vacation include, sitting at the fire pit with my Kindle and an adult beverage of 3 or 5, and
I like the sound of 35 better.
Well, it's a long week.
Meg says, question, I drive a lot. How do I listen while driving without having to pull up each story? Do you mean on Dixie Cryptid or on our channel? Because I think there's a play all video. Well, if you go to the channel page, there's an option to play all the videos.
I need to go in and clean up the playlist for Ex Machina as well.
Okay.
But yes, that would be the best way to do it. If she's talking about your stuff.
Yeah, you can go to like my channel and go to playlists. And I believe there's an option for play all. Yeah, if you scroll down, it'll say popular uploads, click play all, and it'll just start cycling through them.
Well, Leon, I never really introduced myself. I'm Josh. I'm from All Tower Media. We're kind of like a partner company with DA. We've been friends for quite a long time. I also do a lot of his tech stuff along with another guy in All Tower Media. Plus, we're working on a video game for him as well.
Ah, cool. Meg says my books. When you talk about the Audible downloads, I have no idea. I don't know how to make those play consistent. Player. Yeah. And I've only got at the current moment just a couple of them out on audio. However, I spoke to Cam Buckner yesterday, and he's about to start the narrations for the Codename Wild Hunt books, and he's hoping to have those done in the next couple of weeks because once he starts the project, he gets through it pretty fast. So he's finishing up the Jack LaFountain book that he's working on, and as soon as he's done with that, he's going to start on the Wild Hunt books. So they are in the works with Cam Buckner narrating.
Cool.
I like Cam. He's got a good voice.
He has, yeah. Great. I remember one of his stories. I think it was last year or year before, and it was about the really big guy who went into the forest and he had lights around him everywhere. I can't remember what his name was. And but it was like a bit of a comedy one. He ended up fainting or something and thinking Big jumped on him and that. But that was a really good in that one. I can't remember what it was. I'll have to find it and send it to you. Some tank some such a body.
Oh, I remember that one. Yeah. That was a really good one.
Yeah.
Cam's got some really great ones.
I agree. I'm a truck driver as well. So I always look for something that's, I don't watch YouTube, but I pull a lot of things up on YouTube to listen to. And it's hard to find anything longer than like 10 or 15 minutes because I don't want to keep messing with my phone, being safe. So when I can just click on a Dixie cryptid and just let it play through a bunch of them, it gets me through the whole night. Love it. Did that work for you?
Let me see if I can zoom in on it a little bit more with my
I didn't know how far you wanted me to zoom in. I can get even further than that if you want.
I don't know. It doesn't show up, does it?
I'm going to share the screen. I just zoomed in on it on my.
There you go.
That's definitely ahead.
Yeah. Scary stuff.
That's yeah. No, thank you.
And we were like 30, 40 feet from that and didn't even know it.
Yeah, I did we figure out that I actually peed on that tree?
Or one close to it.
One very close to it.
I thought it was the one just across the bridge to the left, which it would make that one like one or two trees back from that.
Surprised you didn't pee on his feet.
Well, it's a little scary, honestly.
I mean, to be honest, it could have been there the whole time you were up there peeing.
Yeah, it could have literally been there the whole time because we caught eye shine while we were filming.
Mm-hmm.
There was eye shine in several directions around us. My wife has always been kind of on the fence about stuff until I showed her those pictures. She's like, "Holy crap! I should have left you there."
I sent you a more zoomed in one, so you don't have to do that. I apologize.
Okay. It hasn't.
What we've got here is failure to communicate.
There we go.
You're communicating in the natural language of the predator. I'm your prey. You're the predator. We got this all sorted out.
Yeah.
Either that or you were challenging him, and he showed up and been like, "That's not a challenge. I'm just gonna let you be."
A moderately obese, middle-aged diabetic in a Hawaiian shirt. Yep.
Yeah, even in this one, like the one that we have that's zoomed in, you can kind of see the crack of what I think it might be the mouth area. It's interesting.
Well, you can definitely see where the tree ends and it begins, and there's no shrubs behind that tree.
We've
been back to that tree many times.
Yeah. Behind that tree is open for probably 30 yards, 20 yards before it gets to another area of trees, and then there's like those broken picnic tables and stuff further back. But direct that close to behind the tree, there were no branches. There weren't even like broken off areas where there could have been branches. It was all smooth through that whole area. It was
I've got to find that slowed down video again, but I've got it somewhere on my computer. But
I do too, somewhere. I just got to find it.
Yeah. I mean, it was a little frightening. A little
bit. I gotta edit it anyway because it goes too long after the movement. I need to have it actually stop right after the movement so you can look at it and then crop it even further and do another zoom.
Yeah. Lanita says, my story is on the Palaga Forest video of Cam's. That's a good video too. Lanita, Bob says, always find myself coming back to the Steve Lilly videos, including the DA one and the Colorado Skinwalker video. I love that one. That is a good one.
Yeah. I like the English Special Forces character that you introduced. And yeah, I think you introduced him in the last of your stories, but he's got a bigger role in the Steve Lilly story. The one that's got the sword with the runes.
Oh yeah. Trying to remember his name.
I love how he has so many characters rattling around in his head that it's like, which one is he talking about?
Yeah, I had to stop and think.
Gotta do the mental Rolodex.
Noah Davidson.
Stevenson. Yeah.
Yeah, he's from the Special Reconnaissance Regiment in England.
Yeah. He's I haven't quite got him figured out yet, but I like it.
There's more to him than meets the eye.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I suspected there was.
I had not noticed. I haven't been out tonight.
Hmm.
Interesting.
I know I work Tuesday for the full moon, and that's always an adventure in healthcare.
Oh God, I hated working law enforcement when the full moon was full. And I actually once punched a guy one night for looking at me and going, "Man, it sure is quiet tonight."
You don't say that. Have you never watched any scary movies or read any books?
That is like the worst thing in the world to say in healthcare and law enforcement. Because as soon as they do, 15 minutes later, shit's going to hell.
Man, the ER is real quiet tonight.
Yep.
Yeah,
you never use never use the word slow or quiet in a healthcare setting. We were low census the other night, which is the only politically correct way to say quiet. And so I got to go home 4 hours early, and some people started to check in right after I clocked out. I'm like, bye, you bastards.
Maybe deuces. I'm out.
So you mentioned earlier, Leon, that you drive a bus. My wife's a teacher, and she always comments that the students act up during the full moon. Do you notice the discipline with your students changing when it's a full moon out?
Definitely, yeah. We've said that for years. My passengers I use they've got learning difficulties as well, mentally and physically. But they're all good kids. But yeah, when it's a full moon, we know when it's coming as well. We don't even have to get your phone out to check. It's a slight build up, and then it hits the fan, if you know what I mean.
She hits the pneumatic oscillator.
Yeah, and when you're driving a bus down a little country lane here in England, I have a good assistant on board that looks after them all. But yeah, you definitely do. There is a difference to the behaviour.
Well, those little village roads, I had no idea. When we went, to Cornwall 5 years ago, I'd never been in the UK. I knew nothing about the road situation other than the cars were right steering and you drove on the left side of the road. And so we picked up our rental car at Heathrow and drove out to Cornwall. And when we got into some of those villages, I mean, some of those roads were barely 2 lanes, and with the rock walls on the sides of them. And I was driving this, fairly compact Seat, and I was scared I was going to scrape everything. And then I realized why all the lorries were so narrow. I'm like, the trucks are narrow to match the roads, because they're a lot narrower than American trucks. And I'm like, oh, no wonder the roads are a lot narrower. But yeah, it was terrifying. I can't imagine driving a bus.
Yeah, most of our roads around where I am, in Lytham, St Anne's, and Kirkham, where I do my run, they're all little teeny roads like that. You get the flick of the hedges on the wing mirrors as you go down the lanes. Like
in Missouri, we refer to that as getting bushwhacked.
Yeah,
bushwhacked. Yeah,
loads on there. But yeah, it's going back to the moon job. There is definitely something there, and when you mention it to people who've never come across it, they just roll their eyes at you and go, "Yeah, right, okay."
Oh yeah,
you want to try and have a go, mate?
Yeah, I definitely will say that the moon brings out the crazies for sure. I don't need werewolves. I've got patience.
Well, for those of you still hanging on with us, there's still quite a few of you. I'll give you guys a little taste of some of the things that are to come. It's kind of a surprise preview. Josh is going to talk about the first one, then I'll talk about the second one. But this is the kind of thing, if you're on the Patreon, you'll be involved with. So check this out.
Yep, that is a near completed concept for the Ragnarok Rising trading card game. We here at Altar Media are still finalizing some of the rules, but this is roughly what we've decided on for the final look of the cards. This one being a zombie. Different factions and different abilities will have different colors than the black. We just chose black for the zombies, but I think the LEO cards have blue. Military cards have green, etc. But yeah, that's the general concept for the Ragnarok cards.
And that's a collectible card game, correct?
Yes, our plan is to not do it like Magic, where you buy a bunch of boosters over and over and over. You're just going to buy the entire set, and we will have boosters available if you'd like to modify that set. But generally, you'll get the full set with multiple copies of each card. And then if you want to buy boosters after the fact, we'll have them available.
And for those of you who are unaware, I am working on a fantasy novel, kind of like Lord of the Rings. Not really like Lord of the Rings because it's really kind of my own take on a fantasy novel. But it's my attempt in the fantasy genre. And this is the map that we've been putting together for the universe.
I need to do some editing. There's a couple areas that I'm not super happy with after looking at it, but it's getting there. We got a
lot better than the crude drawing I gave you.
Hey, you got to start somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
And to be honest, I've put a lot of hours into that map, so my initial drawing didn't start out that great either. So
mine was like stick figures compared to that.
And just to pitch myself just a little bit, if you guys do want any fantasy maps created for whatever reason, you can head over to Heathen Cartography on Facebook. I do take commissions periodically. I do them like this, and also I have a different style that I do them in as well. If you want hand-drawn, I have a very good friend of mine at Arcane Mirage who does hand-drawn fantasy maps as well.
And that map, once completed, will be on the inside cover of the fantasy novel when it's released. Right now, the trilogy is going to be called the Blood and Redemption trilogy. The first book is in progress. I'm about 25,000, maybe 28,000 words in. First book is called Heart of Iron. It's talking about the main character is a dwarf named Balkus Ironheart, and I think you guys are going to get a kick out of that. All the alpha readers have liked it so far, so I'm pretty happy with that.
I've loved everything I've read so far. I was blown away. I remember messaging him just like 2 chapters in. I was like, holy shit, this is amazing. Because I'm so used to a specific genre and type of writing from DA. Even between the zombies and the cryptid stories, they were relatively similar in like the approach and how you write. But the fantasy... maybe it's because it's my home when I read, but you just blew me away, man.
I'm really glad you like it, man. It's a lot of work. I enjoy the writing process, but to juggle that many universes in my brain, well, I keep a lot of notes too, but it's a lot of work to keep everything straight. And that's the alpha's jobs. They fact check me on stuff to make sure I'm not doing anything wrong.
Mm-hmm. Make sure everything's lining up. They can remind you before it's published, hey, wasn't so-and-so related to so-and-so? And that's not supposed to work out that way.
Didn't that guy die in book 2? Ah, crap.
Yeah. Random name generator, go.
Someone called me out in one of the Amazon reviews about the character codename Heimdall in the Codename Wild Hunt books, but we reused the code name, so that was actually legit. I did refer to Heimdall after Heimdall had been killed in the previous book, but it was not the same guy. It was just reusing of the code name.
Yeah, well, you even mentioned that in one of the stories that there's been several Allfathers,
mm-hmm.
you know, and Thunder
it's
God.
More of a title.
Yeah.
Hooter asked you a question, DA. That's a good one.
Oh, let me get back out of there. I just got Horn Moon in the mail. What's the first book in the Ragnarok series to order? Ragnarok Rising. The first one is called The Awakening. And incidentally, the second Ragnarok series that I have in the works is going to be called Wastelands of Ragnarok, and book one of that is going to be called Reawakening.
I'm really excited for that.
Toothaking says, I love maps.
We got a little tease of the Reawakening, and I was like, oh, that's some good stuff. Or maybe I did. I don't know. I don't know if it was public or not. It was good, though.
Richie says, who's your favorite clubhouse in football? Me as Man U. Yeah, I guess he wasn't here. Would hear your description of football before. I'll let you reiterate that because it's so awesome.
Yeah. Football, soccer. Yeah. I don't watch it. I have nothing to do with it. And what did I say? I'd rather put live wasps up my backside than watch that stuff.
See, that's what American football's for. That's worth watching.
No, I don't watch American football either. Bob Foot says, DA, what type of person are you? House on the lake or cabin in the woods? Cabin in the woods. Definitely cabin in the woods.
Would be nice to have a lake close by to go fishing, though.
True. I do like to fish. Preferably cabin in the woods on a lake. There we go.
There you go.
Mountain cabin in the woods on the lake.
With a massive motion sensing security system.
I always said that if I ever won the lottery for like a huge amount of money, I'd buy like 3,000 acres of wilderness in Montana and build a house right in the middle of it, so nobody could get anywhere near me.
You know, we were being silly that one day, but we found out you can buy an island up in like British Columbia and stuff for relatively cheap, like compared to what you think an island would cost.
You know, I guarantee you, if I did buy that, I would sound like the Irish guy on Braveheart. I told you it's my island.
Steve the Irish.
Hey, Steve, there's a question I've been wanting to ask you for a while. You've read the book. Which one is actually your favorite book?
Of which series? Of all of them?
All of them.
Oh my God. Oh, that's tough. Because I like them all for different reasons. Honestly, because I think it was something that I got to be involved with coming to fruition, Odin's Call was probably my favorite, just because it was like we had been talking about it and playing around with the idea, and he's like, hey, I'm thinking of doing this series, and oh, hey, have I tried out this? Oh, and this would be cool. And and literally it was conversation. That's where the tongue-in-cheek joke is about Steve's Pub and Grub, is that the ideas for the series were, a lot of them came to place at my kitchen table, with my wife cooking and me pouring heavy-handed drinks. And so to see it in print, I guess it's probably the experience that an actual writer has when they hold the book from the publisher for the first time. You know, it's like, because, you know, I could see little pieces of what we talked about, and to see it in a real book, you know, was really neat. But, you know, I think probably one of the most honest answers I could give would just simply be the most recent one I read, whenever that is, you know, because it continuously things build and cooler things come out. And I mean, I like parts of so many of them very, very well.
Yeah.
I remember reading Ragnarok when Dia and I were, you know, early friends, and I kept on, you know, tearing through the series as quick as I could. I was bouncing off him, and every so often he would reveal a new kind of zombie, and I'm like, oh, you got these now, you son of a bitch! I hate you. I'll never sleep again.
Oh, I remember when I first read about the
stalkers.
The stalkers and the sprinters, but more the stalkers. I was like, dude, that's jacked up, man. That's just no.
Oh, even the Shriekers, when they came out, I'm like, oh great.
That was the first card we made.
They alert other ones. Fuck.
A buddy of mine I used to work with at Greene County, after he read the fourth book in the original 5-book trilogy, 5-book series. He just walked up to me, grabbed me by the shoulder, and goes, "I hate you." And I said, "Why?" He said, "Those goddamn gorillas scared the shit out of me."
No. I remember reading, I think it was the first Apex Predator book, when the curtain basically goes up on the third act and a disembodied head gets thrown down into the river valley when the good guys arrive. And I was like, oh, and I remember I was reading the book in my living room, families watching TV doing stuff. I went, oh, fuck no. And my wife goes, what? I'm like, I'm done. We're gonna read some more of this tomorrow.
I honestly had a similar reaction. I had to like set it down for a minute and be like, damn, I thought Ragnarok was bad. And I picked it up. I was like, nah, I gotta go do some dishes or something to come back later.
Well, it's so funny when I hear when I read his books, I kind of block it as a movie, and so I'll hear like certain soundtracks playing when certain things are happening. And we joked about how when I was able to fully compose myself to read that, you know how in the I think it's in Thor Ragnarok where you kept on hearing Led Zeppelin's Immigrant Song playing and all the big fight scenes in there. I heard Disturbed's Down with the Sickness. And so like I'm hearing the group walking through the riverbed here, and I'm hearing the instruments start to build, and as soon as the head hits the ground, I hear that monkey call that Dave Draymond does, at the beginning of the
It's like a kickoff to it's the perfect kickoff like soundtrack to some shit's about to go down.
Yeah. And it always does. But it was it's some good stuff. He could write a fight scene, and there aren't too many writers who could write a better one.
Well, thank you, sir. Appreciate that.
But, I get a big kick out of all of it.
Yeah, I need to get caught up on the reading aspect. I haven't had a chance to read everything yet because I have other duties and home life, and I'm working on my own, which has been really fun, and the game, and yeah.
I got you. Well, I my virtual 2-read stack has about 20 something books in it now, and I'm hoping to knock out some of that when I'm in the cabin.
I noticed the last time I added a book to my Kindle, and I said, how many do I have in here? Yeah, I should stop buying books until I catch up on these.
Yeah, I think my wife's got something along the lines of 10,000 books in her Kindle. Like, Jesus Christ, honey.
Yeah, I've got about 400.
She's in one of those book clubs. Those book clubs that have the free ones, and so every time like an author does a free day promotion, she just snags the book. So I'm like, you're never going to get through all those books. I know, but I've got them.
Hooter just ordered Odin's Call, and Facebook user, which I think, based on context, might have been Luis or Lewis.
Maybe.
Because he said something earlier that stating he wasn't Sentinel.
Oh yeah, it's Lewis.
It's Lewis.
Yeah. I had to go over to the Facebook page to find out who it was.
And he had the same part.
Yeah.
Leon Meg wants to know, have you ever thought about making a map of your searches?
No, but that's a good idea.
Probably do something like a Google Pin map or something, or
an interactive map.
Yeah, definitely have a go at that. But yeah, I like that. That's a good idea. Thanks, Meg.
And Bobfoot says, Leon, what's your dream house and where would it be located and why?
Oh, it would be probably in Scotland. It would be in woodland that drops down to the sea, because I like sea fishing as well. You would probably have to be on stilts 50 feet in the air in case anything tries to get it hold of me.
Retractable ladder.
Yeah, that's been silly. No, it would be in Scotland. It would be on the coast, and there would be woodland around it. Most definitely. Beautiful up there. Absolutely gorgeous.
It's just beautiful countryside in the UK in general. I didn't have, knowing the population, the small landmass, I was not expecting it to be so scenic. Just the drive out, was it the M4 or whatever it is from London out west? It was beautiful. It was absolutely gorgeous, and I really would enjoy living out there.
Yeah, I'm very lucky where I live. I've got semi mountains in the Lake District that are an hour away. I've got the seaside that's 20 minutes away. I've got moorland 40 minutes away. And if I really want to do it, which I don't like doing, I can go to the city centre of Manchester, which is 40 minutes away. I'm really lucky in between all that. It's just rolling hills for miles and miles.
Sounds like a good place to be.
It's lovely. It is very nice.
Good night, Patty.
Oh, good night, Patty.
And Hooter Transport said, just ordered Odin's Call. Thank you, sir. Much appreciated. Meg says, Leon, you're welcome. You too, Patty. You stay safe. Bobfoot says, Leon, do you do any kind of hunting other than Dogman?
Not really. Yeah, kind of. I do a bit with a mate of mine, Spiro. But it's not hunting in a way. It's more of like pest control, really. Wood pigeons and rabbits and things like that. Yeah, it's good fun. Well,
I used to enjoy hunting a lot. Not so much since I've lost a lot of mobility, but I want to get back to doing it if I can. Josh, did you send that email?
I'm looking for it. I've got it somewhere.
Let's see.
My brain hurts at the moment.
You look puzzled.
I've still got it. I've still got it in my downloads.
Okay, I was gonna say you've got to have it somewhere. As do I, but where?
Hang on.
I don't know. Is that the right one?
Apparently not. It gave me that same.
I know it's in our Google Drive. Oh, you know what? It's in Slack, I bet. Adam put it in Slack, so you can download it from there. Probably in the Watchtower 7. Yeah, it's the last thing we put in.
It says final trailer.
There were 3 final trailers, so I don't know.
Well, it's got one uploading.
Grab the one out of Slack. It is the last one in the Dev Watchtower folder. It's the last thing he posted. Actually, that's on YouTube.
Okay, I will try to open Slack without crashing my computer, because it tends to get wonky when I open new programs.
Hold on. Actually, I think I sent it to you in the private message above the intros. Spooky Force, final trailer MP4. Yeah, so maybe that is it. Yeah, just upload that one. It's close enough.
All right,
we'll find out at the end.
I've got one that's already uploaded that says it's processing.
Okay.
And that might be it.
It might be. If it has the cork board at the end, it's the right one. If not, well, it's close enough. It's on YouTube. We can put the YouTube link out too. It's not the on All Tower Media yet. Maybe I should upload it there. As soon as I go out and grab it myself.
Well, it's taken forever to process for some stupid reason.
It will here. It just takes a minute because it's kind of big.
Now let's see if this is the correct one.
Okay.
Tower 7, come in. Come in, Tower 7. Tower 7, do you copy? Welcome to the wonderful life of Fire Lookout. My name's Alan. You must be Jeremiah. I'm just glad to hear anything but static. Last guy just up and quit. We're on our own for now.
What the hell is this? There's nothing like this on any of the maps.
Oh, thank God I got a hold of you. Listen. It's a kid. They're missing. When you look out at the forest at night, does it ever feel like it's looking back?
I think that was the right one.
That was the right one.
I like it.
Yeah, we're excited. We are going to be launching the Kickstarter soon. Me and another member are still fleshing out the Kickstarter page, and we wanted to have it up October 1st, but we want it to be right more than we want to be just up and out. So before the end of the year, we'll have the Kickstarter up, and hopefully within a year, we'll have the game done. That's the plan. But you'll face off against some Sasquatch and some Dogmen. I don't want to get any further than that. It's. I guess I can say Gugway. You'll face off against Gugway and Dogmen.
Lovely.
And
Hell of a
you'll
combo.
actually play two different timelines, which will be fun. The last guy who just up and quit maybe didn't just up and quit.
He might be a Gugway bowel movement.
Maybe. We'll have to find out. That'll be the fun thing of you figuring out what actually happened to him, what's happening to you. And what's cool is we plan on incorporating a lot of like puzzles and the tool utility. So if you think about something like Legend of Zelda, where you had to, in order to access certain areas or temples, you had to use a certain tool that you found in another location. It'll kind of be like that. So if you want to access, we have an area where if you want to access a certain area, you'll have to use some climbing ropes to get down. But you'll have to figure out where those climbing ropes are to progress that portion of the story. You might find them, or maybe if you're playing the other timeline, you'll see those while you're playing that timeline and then know to go look in that area as your current character. So there'll be some kind of back and forth, which will be fun.
Meg says, okay, there are other cryptids. A mermaid is one, very menacing. I can get info. It may be fun to talk about. There are other aquatic ones. I have plans for the next book out of the Codename Wild Hunt, and it's going to be an aquatic adventure. Yeah, that's all I'll say at this point, but it's going to be deep ocean. So look forward to that one. The next installment of the Codename Wild Hunt books is already in the works, and it's going to be called Codename Wild Hunt Death in Dyatlov Pass.
Very nice. That'll be fun.
Yeah, I've got quite the list of books planned out. I have got the next 25 books planned and ready to go. So just getting them written, and having alpha readers go through them all.
I'm waiting for the book where you write about the horror author who starts experiencing the same events that are happening in his books and has to run from cryptids.
Well, without the cryptids, it's called The Dark Half by Stephen King.
Well, yeah, I know, but
well, I haven't officially written myself into the books. So I don't know if I will, but I'm not going to go sure if I'm going to go full Clive Cussler.
I'm pretty sure Steve and I could say BS on that.
You teased at it a little bit with.
I did tease at it
with the Nightmare Hunter,
but there's no actual cameo.
No.
I still argue that you appeared in the very first book that you published. But that's just my opinion.
You and my wife both.
Don't forget to write me in, the crazy, slightly fat English guy running around with spoons in the woods looking for werewolves.
I think that'd be
Oh my
amazing.
God, that would be absolutely amazing.
I'm armed with a spoon. Don't you mess with me, mate.
Although if you're written in, it has to have your quote about the Mexican drug cartel, because that's the only way that I'll be able to fully appreciate it.
That would be hilarious. Yeah, that might have to happen. I might have to find a way to make that happen.
Well, now that you have an international codename Wild Hunt team,
Yeah.
True.
Cool.
Bob Foot says underwater mimic units. That could be cool.
That's already in the works as well.
Hopefully they hold up a little bit better than the first draft of the regular ones.
Well, they didn't anticipate what they got, so the mimic units are constantly evolving.
And Toothaking says a local perspective of Odin's Call. That would be kind of cool to go back and not rewrite some of your books, but write the same timeline of events from a different perspective. That would be kind of neat.
That would be interesting. I am going to do kind of a flashback Codename Wild Hunt book, but it's not going to be about Team Odin. It's going to be about Team Anunkasan out of Alaska going into Port Chatham, and they are going to be referring back to what happened in the 1950s when the first Wild Hunt team went in.
You posted that picture of the sightings map and the color scale one. I was honestly surprised to see how low on the scale that Alaska was compared to freaking Ohio.
Alaska just doesn't freaking report them, man. It's commonplace people go missing up there.
It's like there's
a lot less people, isn't there?
There's a moose, there's a Bigfoot. Move along. Go buy your $12 gallon of milk and be quiet.
So, but apparently, if you try to report a Bigfoot sighting in England, you get the Simon Pegg. You shut it.
Yeah, that's true.
See, it was funny when I initially read. Which of the series did he appear in? I think it was Apex 3. You're a Logue.
Oh, Logue. No, he first. Yeah. What? No, it was Apex 4 he first appeared in.
Apex 4. I pictured him as Simon Pegg doing an Irish accent. For some reason, I saw Simon Pegg playing him.
Logue's a huge smartass. The current project I'm working on, Lakeview Man 3, may change people's opinions of Logue. He might not be quite as popular after Lakeview 3. That's all I'll say right now. There's a big shock that happens.
I remember you saying that was going to be another one of those moments where you might have some conversations at cons.
Yeah. Lakeview 3 will redefine several characters. Some characters will be changed forever in Lakeview 3.
That's awesome.
Well, folks,
yeah,
we're coming up on the 4-hour mark.
Yeah,
Leon, do you want to give us your contact information again? I'll put up your YouTube channel.
Yeah, YouTube channel, Do It Noel's Way, and there is a link on my YouTube channel to my email. If you're over here in England and you've had any interaction or sightings with cryptids, you can send them to me and I'll try and look into it.
That would be fantastic. And also, folks, if you have not gone by his channel, go by, give it a like and a subscribe. Check out his videos because he's got some awesome videos over there. You really enjoy them. It's good content. And you get to see a lot of pretty countryside in England. It's a good time. Shameless plug here for the Patreon. If you guys haven't checked out the Patreon community, check that out. There are a lot of perks involved with the Patreon, and we are going to be adding alpha level reader probably to the very near future. for the higher end of the Patreon. So go over and check that out. There are a lot of ways to get involved in shaping the DA verse, a lot of ways to get involved with plots and new book titles and new settings. And there's a lot going on over there. I think you'll be excited to be a part of it. So check it out if you're interested, and hopefully we'll be seeing you there. And I want to thank Leon for being here tonight, dude. You're an awesome guest. I appreciate you being here. You cracked me up.
Thanks for having me.
Anytime, man. Anytime. And Josh, thank you for being here, brother. I want to thank Naoma. I know she had to leave a little early. She was getting tired. And Steve, thank you, brother, for being here.
Always.
Appreciate you guys so much. And we've had a really great time tonight. Thank you, everybody in the audience. Congratulations again to Chris Miller on the gift card. And check us out on Wednesday when we will be delving into the mystery behind the Mothman. The episode is already planned and up. You can set your reminders now, and hopefully you'll join us on Wednesday. So appreciate you guys being here. I hope you guys have a great night, and we will see you next week.
All right, have a good one.
Bye.
Thank you for joining us tonight on DAX Machina. If you ever have an encounter of your own that you wish to discuss, contact us at daroberts@daroberts.net. You can remain completely anonymous if you wish. Pull your covers up tight and keep a nightlight burning bright. Oh, and did you forget to lock your doors?